The Board of Finance to order at 5:34 p.m. on Monday, May 11th. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. If there's no objection, or I guess I was there, this agenda has us. The way it's been published is slightly different than the way we normally do it, and that the communications are at the beginning instead of at the end. I think our typical practice of doing them at the end to make sure we get through the action items is a good one. So if the rest of the board, I would welcome a amendment if others agree that it would be good to keep our normal custom with respect to the communications. I will work as the chair to make sure we have time. There are important communications. I want to make sure we have time for, in particular, the management letter discussion. But I do want to make sure we get through the necessary action items and don't hold up President Tracy on the council meeting as well. So I guess what I'm saying is I would welcome a motion on the agenda, and if it could be done with an amendment, I would welcome that even more.
Do you want to do it, Brian?
Sure, I'll just move to reorganize the agenda in such a way that the communications come after the deliberative items and the consent items.
A second.
Excellent, thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion for the agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and thank you for that. And that brings us to the public forum, and my understanding is we have at least one person who would like to speak to the board. So Jordan, if you can make that happen.
That's right. Yes, our first person speaking on public forum is former city councilor Sharon Busher. And Sharon, I'm gonna enable your microphone. So I've enabled your microphone now. I think you'll have to unmute yourself on your own computer as well. And then we'll be able to hear you.
Welcome,
Can you hear me?
We
Yes,
can,
we
Sharon,
can.
welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hi.
Hello. Nice
Hello.
to meet you.
Yes, well, it's nice to be before you. I'm here tonight to make two comments. One has to do with an item on the agenda. The other is something that's not on the agenda. As a resident, I've been waiting to see when the Board of Finance would have some items that, or the City Council would have some items regarding the budget. And I'm not naive enough to think that some executive sessions might have considered some aspects of how to deal with the shortfall. But as a member of the public, and we have a really educated group of people in Burlington who would love to roll up their sleeves, offer some insight into the budget process. So I'm hoping that before President Tracy got elected, he was in front of City Hall saying that he wanted to have the public engaged and involved in, that was a priority in the budget process. And I certainly hope that that will happen so that it's not a budget that is already decided where only comments are entertained. But I do believe that there could be some insights that could add value and help you in these difficult times and in these difficult deliberations. So that's the first comment that I wanted to make. The second comment is, as a past city councilor, it takes a while before residents know that you're not on the city council and there's been a change. Some people know, some people don't. So I'm getting some phone calls regarding a topic that the mayor is well aware of. It has to do with your CY20 sidewalk budget and the fact that Mansfield Avenue is not on that slate of work. Now, I know that we had meetings regarding it, but I was hoping that at least it would be, is that my time is up? Was that I got a beep.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead
sorry.
and finish your point.
Okay, all right. So I know that we started the project and it was supposed to be a shared path with bike and pedestrian. But remember, this sidewalk is accessed by Macaulay Square, Fern Hill, and also a temple that is an Orthodox Jewish temple where they don't drive when and religious holidays and on the Sabbath. So the sidewalk, the pedestrian way, is really important in that section of Burlington, and people access the hospital via it. So I'm hoping that there would be some communication to the community and the residents as to when they could anticipate this project to be actually move forward. It's been over a decade as a result of a new changing in directors, changing in how you evaluated or prioritized sidewalks, but it's been a long time coming. So thank you very much. And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councilor Busher. Appreciate you weighing in. We look forward to being able to return these meetings to the newly named Busher Conference Room, but we don't know when that will be exactly. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak to the Board of Finance at this point?
That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Again, anyone listening who didn't realize the way this process is working, happy to just reiterate again, and we could come back to this if someone got a late request in. You email publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov, right, Jordan?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same process is in place for the City Council Public Forum, right? Same email address.
Yeah,
Yes, it
that's
is.
correct.
Yes, it's the same process.
Okay. Okay, so we will close the public forum and move now to, because again, we've moved the communications to the end, we will go to what's labeled on the agenda 4.01, the Board of Finance meeting schedule through August. I would welcome a motion on this if the board's ready to move on it.
So moved. Move adoption of the schedule as proposed.
Great, thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilor Paul. And any discussion of the schedule? Seeing no takers, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We have a schedule for the Board of Finance through August. 4.02, recommendation for a paperless automation solution for accounts payable services, clerk treasurer item. How would the board like to proceed on this? Are we ready for a motion, or would you like an overview? Councilor Paul?
Thank you. I would make a motion. Actually, this is something for this Board of Finance. I'd make a motion to,
Yes, right, just for the board.
yes, right, sorry. Making to approve and authorize the CAO to enter into the agreement with SimQuest for a period of 3 years, subject to review by the city attorney.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Pine. Great. And then just for anyone watching that hasn't followed closely the details about why the agenda is divided like this, it just might be worth reviewing. The Board of Finance has authority for financial items up to $100,000. To boil it down, there's some complication to that. Sometimes there's different levels, but in general speaking, up into 100, from 50 to 100,000, that is the authority of the Board of Finance. Does not require City Council further action. Most things that are above 100,000, the Board of Finance simply makes a recommendation. So that's why the distinction in the agenda. So with that, any further discussion of item 4.02? Great, seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 5.01, which is a recommendation for municipal advisory services. This has to do with our financial advisory services, the main responsibility of this contract being to advise the city with respect to bond issues and related sort of credit rating issues. How would the board like to proceed here? Happy to give a short overview if that would be helpful. There's some history behind this one, seeing some nodding. So basically, let me try, and Catherine, Rich, correct me if I get anything wrong. PFM has been our professional for this work for many years. They have been the professional throughout this administration and for some years prior. We made a decision about a year ago or in the last year to take this process out to competitive bid because it had been some time since that had been done, instead of just doing a renewal as had been done in the past. We got competitive bids from 2 other firms. One of them was quite strong. The bids came in during the period when we were transitioning from one CAO to another CAO. And given the likelihood that this, whoever we select here would be in place for, the thinking at the time was at least 3 years, maybe longer, I thought it was important that our new CAO have a relationship and have some input into the selection. And so we did not, so the bids came in late fall, early winter. And then we had some period while we were waiting for Catherine to start and be able to review the bids. As you know, Catherine started in January, and just over a month later, we began this unbelievable crisis that we're in currently, and the process has stopped there. At this point, it's problematic for us not to have it's problematic, one, for us not to have a professional firmly under contract. PFM has continued to advise us sort of informally, or not so informally, but without a contract in place. They've continued to advise us in recent months. But we need to address that situation because we're in the process of, we have bonding coming up. We have these tax anticipation notes. We have other bonding on the horizon. We need a professional, fully engaged in this. Secondly, we now think this is not a good time to consider a transition to another entity. This would be a very challenging time to be bringing a new firm fully up to speed as we are dealing with these issues. So it is my recommendation, the clerk treasurer's recommendation, that we take action on this item and put in place a 1-year agreement with the potential for renewals at our option. And that's our proposal. So hopefully that's helpful. Floor is open. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. So I probably am going to have to transfer. I think my AirPods are giving out on me, so I apologize if you lose me. So for the benefit of others on the Board of Finance, I reached out to the administration about this months ago. I do have reservations about PFM, mostly because I have been on the city council long enough before this administration started to know that there have been decisions that PFM has advised us of, which where they have been able to have come to fruition, would not have been in the city's best interest. And that is not just my opinion, it's the opinion of a number of professional advisors who are very familiar with what has gone on in the city. So I do think that 30 years is a very long time to have the same group of people, regardless of how large they are, advising the city, just like I think it's not a great idea to have the same auditor for 30 years. I don't think it's really a great idea to have the same financial advisor. There's always a fresh perspective that is good. I'm willing to support 1 year and only 1 year, with the understanding that we widen the net. I don't think that going and asking 5 firms is enough. And the other thing that I would want to know is the people that have been advising the city on page 3 of this proposal are the same people that have been advising the city for 15 years. And I really think that it's time that we have different people, that there are other people at PFM. They're a huge organization, that some of those people, that we have other people helping us. I absolutely agree that, of course, this is not the time to switch advisors. I mean, we need somebody who is helping us at a very critical time. But I think a year from now that we need to we need to go and look much more in depth and talk with other financial advisors. The fact that someone is the largest does not make them the best. There are others that could be doing this, and posting it on the city website, I think, isn't enough. I think we need to be going and proactively looking for other advisors. So again, I'm willing to support this for a year because we have to. I also would, my understanding was that others were going to be able to weigh in on this decision, and I think because of the changeover, that also did not happen. And I would ask that if that could happen, that that happens this next time. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is open for further discussion. Councilor Pine.
Sure. I appreciate the comments of Councilor Paul and the perspective on, sometimes longevity in these cases like this are really beneficial, and sometimes it's good to bring in a fresh pair of eyes. Even in this instance, if we were to stick with PFM, it sounds like there may be, given the size of the firm and the fact that they do rank as the top financial advisor in terms of volume and transaction, it would seem that that's having new people within that company take a look at cities debt instruments and securities would probably, I would think that would be an option. So I guess I'd like to hear a response if the administration has raised that issue with them, that they did they respond to that request or idea?
The question is, have we asked them to transition other people, and if they're going to continue in this 1 year, in this
Yeah.
one, with this
Yeah.
1 year contract? I don't know that we have. Catherine and Rich can speak to that, but again, and I think it's an interesting idea. At the same time, the reason for sticking with them that we're proposing is for continuity. So I think you would, there are immediate actions that we will need a financial advisor to participate in, and I would think we would want some continuity. And I'm not sure if I'd be happy to. I think it's an interesting comment. I'm not aware of this suggestion until now. I'd be happy to consider it, upon contract approval in terms of how the administration manages the contract. I don't know if Catherine, you want to add anything to that, or Rich?
No, excuse me, I think that sums it up. We can certainly have those conversations. We have not had them to date because I also was not aware of that request, but because we work with a team, I do think it would be possible to switch out at least a member or more while keeping that continuity. So I think that's worth exploring with PFM, and we could report back.
And just one follow-up, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
is I've been impressed with our staff and the work they've done with PFM on pricing and the aggressive approach they've taken on pricing that has resulted in savings to us. So I just want to, call that out and say that I think our staff has done a phenomenal job. Rich Goodwin and Beth Anderson before Catherine arrived, and so I think Councilor Paul just brings up a good point that bringing in a fresh perspective in these types of matters can lead to innovative thinking that could even get us greater savings. That's just the idea. It's not to criticize anything that's been done. Yeah.
I want to be clear. I am in no way resisting the notion that we may want to consider a change here. And in fact, one of as far as I'm aware, the concerns about PFM's performance date back to the period before this administration. I don't believe there's been any concerns about their performance in the last 8 years of note. And I think, to your point, they have advised us well on a number of items. That said, I supported the notion. Again, we went through a competitive process with the administration supporting it. I wasn't aware until the mention now that there was a concern that process of getting bids was not fulsome enough. It did result in multiple competitive bids. And when those bids came to me at the end of last year, to be just very explicit, I was unwilling to make a decision to award this to PFM until the new CAO was in place. And further, it was at that time that I indicated to Councilor Paul that if we had a new process, that I would invite her, even though it's not typical, but because of her particular interest in this issue, that I would invite her to be part of that process. So the administration, I'm certainly open to others being involved there. What has happened is the new CAO arrived, had other higher priority items that were the first attention, and then we entered into this pandemic crisis, and it has been impossible to move forward this item further. So please understand that I am supportive of this being reviewed through a competitive process, and wanted, in fact, for that to happen here, but events overtook us, and that's why we are where we are.
Thank you.
Oh.
Are you okay? Just so that there's an understanding, that is absolutely correct. You did reach out to me. We did at shortly after the beginning of the year. We're going to have a discussion about this at when the bids came in. That the fact that that didn't happen was just simply a confluence of events. Not having a CAO, then Catherine becoming CAO, then the whirlwind that we've all been thrown into over the past few months. This is no one's fault at all. We all did the best we could, and that's why I say, I mean, I have no issue with moving ahead for 1 year. I just would like us to have more of a discussion going forward, and not just it says a 1 year renewal options. I just feel like we need to have that conversation before it gets too far along, that we then find ourselves in this situation in another year, which could happen. We just don't know what the future holds. So in any event, I don't think it's been made, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to make the motion to approve the contract with PFM for a period of 1 year, if
Thank
you would
Councilor
like.
Paul, and I appreciate your clarification. Thank you. Councilor Jang, was that a second? Or is that a discussion? Sorry,
You're
Councilor
muted.
Jang. Go ahead.
He's muted.
So yes, not muted anymore. So I think it is important to have this conversation now. And what I like most about this proposal is it is giving us only an option to keep on going with PMA with only 1 year with a potential to expand. And I think having this discussion now is important. But personally, I do think for an organization that's been working with the city for over 30 years, and they've been performing greatly. Their services to the city has been welcomed by the professional working for the city. And I think they've been doing a good job. But what I don't know is if we make the motion to move forward with them for 1 year, how will we renew if we wanted to for additional years? Will this come back again as a new proposal? I just want to know, when we finish with them with 1 year, how we will move forward, whether or not we want to stop or move forward with them. Maybe it's clear what I'm asking.
No, thank you. I appreciate the question, Councilor Jang. I do just want to not lose track. We had a motion, and did you I could start your, okay, Councilor Pine has seconded it. So this is before us now to answer Councilor Jang's question. Can you speak to the mechanics of that, Catherine? The renewal mechanics?
Well, that's a good question. I think what I'm hearing now is maybe we take the renewal off the table. All of us are interested in having a competitive process next year. So we can either build in that we come to you 60 days before, or based on this conversation, I am imagining we will probably already be talking about, we'll be in the midst of a procurement process.
Do you believe it's going to create an issue with PFM at this point? Renewal was at our option anyway, so I don't know that materially changes it, but do you expect a challenge in just a renewal for this 1 year and making it clear that the intent would be for a competitive bid again next year?
I think that's a good question for Rich. That is quite honestly the reason we structured it this way, to make it a little more palatable to PFM. Rich, are you able to speak to that?
Rich, we're not hearing you if you're speaking. It does not look like your mic is muted, however, so.
Okay, I was just unmuted can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I just stated is that I do not see this as an issue with PFM if we award the contract for only 1 year and we revisit and do a new competitive bid process, perhaps, later in the calendar year. So I do not see this as an issue at all of awarding just 1 year period.
Okay, great. So I would, Councilor Paul, would you like to amend your motion then to just to eliminate the clause in the motion, the recommended action, essentially removing the renewals?
I'm happy to do that. I think that's actually what I said, but that's fine. I'll do that. To approve and recommend that the council authorize the chief administrative officer to enter into a financial advisory services agreement with PFM for a period of 1 year, subject to the review and approval of the city attorney's office.
Okay, good. Thank you. Second, Councilor Pine. President Tracy.
So I think that makes more sense, and I appreciate the willingness to change the motion. One of the things that I want to kind of understand is what kinds of work would go into switching to another provider, basically. Like, how much work would it be for the CAO's office to get a new provider up to speed, so that we really know what that process is? Because one looked like it was in the scoring matrix was far below. One looked like it was close, but the seeming deficiency was really its lack of experience with the city. So that would seem to be something that's a concern for a variety of other providers that we might be looking at. And so I just want to understand how you might onboard that fresh set of eyes were we to choose to go in a different direction.
I think even before the onboarding, there would be significant additional. Basically, again, the due diligence process stopped pending Catherine's arrival and has not resumed. So I think we are talking about restarting a vetting process for the professionals, probably, talking some hours of meetings and follow-up due diligence on the potential to go to a new firm, and for starters, and then possibly loss of weeks in getting that all properly coordinated, then bringing back to this board, getting it warned, and going through the whole process of approvals. We could easily lose a month or more in doing that, and that is a significant additional obstacle. In that, what I'm hearing from the clerk treasurer staff, correct me, Catherine, Rich, if I'm wrong, we are in it now in terms of needing to do work around this tax anticipation note, around various bondings and our different enterprise funds. We had a Moody's call last week that PFM served on, and I think we're just uncomfortable with a significant additional delay before we have a professional under contract. So I think we've gotten to the point where that's, in addition to that in and of itself is not tenable. Then you're talking about significant additional time being invested, bringing a new team up to speed in the middle of a period where we are all of our systems are very strained with getting a budget passed under these circumstances. And so I just think it's a very challenging situation to go through both the selection process and the onboarding for a number of months. I don't know if Catherine, is that sufficient, or do you want more discussion? Go ahead, Catherine.
I just wanted to add, I agree with all of that. I think the advantage of waiting, President Tracy, is that then we take another look and we start from the beginning of, the sourcing, and as Councilor Paul said, doing that in a much more proactive way where we're going after firms, not waiting for them to come to us. Also taking a different look at what is the criteria in the RFP. I do think it may have been a little bit more heavily weighted on experience with us than I would do in an upcoming procurement. So I think there are ways to reduce those barriers, but they do involve that time. So we're just buying ourselves some time to think through that process a little more thoughtfully and be able to execute it.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I appreciate that, and I agree with that thinking. I think it'll be better to have you, CAO Shad, in your role for a year before changing CAOs and the firm that works with that CAO. I think that's a lot of change all at once in a very uncertain financial situation. So I think that this makes sense, and I will support the motion.
Thanks.
Thank you, President Tracy. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, I agree with you, President Tracy. And if it turns out that 6 months from now, God forbid, we are still in the situation that we find ourselves in today, or something that we can't even anticipate right now, and the amount of human capital that it's going to take to get an RFP process up and running in order to be able to meet that 1-year deadline is just not something that we can do. I would hope that 6 or 7 months from now, or 6 months from now, that we would keep that as an ongoing item. And we would discuss that before we get within the 60-day window. And if that's the way it is, then, we continue with PFM for another year. I don't think my intention is certainly not to overburden anyone at a time when people are already overburdened. We'll have to see what happens. But I would encourage us, in terms of like having a list of items, of outstanding items, that we do talk about this, 3, 4, 5 months from now and see where we are. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Councilor Paul. I think we may be ready to go to a vote on the motion at this point. I see nodding heads on that. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Excellent. Thank you for that discussion. And we will now move to 5.02, authorization to accept the VTrans Town Highway Class 2 Roadway Program grant and to award the contract for the calendar year 20 street reconstruction program. I believe.
Move approval and recommendation to the council.
Great, thank you, Councilor Pine, seconded by President Tracy, I believe.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor.
Then this has 2 different motions for this particular item. One is to approve and recommend, and the second one is to approve and recommend to the City Council authorize DPW to execute. I think there are 2 different motions that need to be made for this particular item, isn't it?
It does look like there is quite a long motion there. You're right, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, you are correct. This is Laura Wheelock with DPW. We do need a separate authorization to accept a VTrans grant, as well as we are seeking authorization to award a contract that uses that funding.
I would move then to approve.
Oh, wait, before, can they be separated in that we're not going to accept the grant if we're not going to award the contract, right?
That's why they're in the same memo. They do tie together.
I'm not sure this is a separable motion. The city attorney want to weigh in on this?
I am pulling it up. It does not sound like it. I haven't gotten it pulled up yet.
So while the city attorney is reviewing that question, we can come back to that. We will come back to that. The motion is on the table as it was written for now. I understand there may be a desire to split it, but let's have the city attorney.
No, sorry, no desire to split, but just when we make the motion to add the authorization of DPW Public Work, to add it into the motion, but not to divide them both.
All right, we'll have the city attorney look at that. And so your question is not a division question. It is whether their language is insufficient to properly authorize both.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have the city attorney work at that. Let's start discussing the motion as it currently stands. Is there any discussion? I won't go to the vote on the motion until the city attorney weighs in on that issue, but is there any discussion while we're waiting for that?
Well, that seems great. I do have one thing I'd like, if I can add.
Go ahead.
Just for a minute. I wanted to introduce Corey Mims, who did turn on his camera. He's one of the new public works engineers. He came to DPW in December. He is managing our paving contract this season, so I was hoping to be able to put a face to a name for all of you.
Great, welcome, Corey.
Thank you.
It's a big contract for a new member of the team. Good luck. Welcome. We're excited. Good luck.
Excited.
City Attorney Blackwood, would you like to speak?
Sure. I think if you open the memo, the motions are there. There are two motions. The first motion is to approve and recommend that the council accept the grant and authorize the director to sign the grant. But the second motion is then to go on and authorize the director to execute and amend a construction contract. So I think it's the two motions in the memo are the motions that you want to make.
All right, so let's just, can we clarify, can we stipulate that the motion that was made by Councilor Pine, you were intending to make the motions from the memo? Is that what is that?
Yeah, I was intending to move both of those motions. Yeah.
Great. Seconded by, I think it was President Tracy, and I appreciate you had your hand up there too. Councilor Jang, would you like to say anything further, or are you good now?
Nope.
Okay, great. If there's no further discussion, I think we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Motions, I guess I should have said, or linked motion. All those opposed, anyone against that? The motions carry unanimously, and thank you, Laura and Corey, and good luck getting this critical work done. Moving now to the authorization to award construction contract for calendar year 20 sidewalk reconstruction program. Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make the motion, I just wanted to note that this motion is also, in effect, two motions, and just wanted to make sure that the same applied to this one, that is A-okay with the city attorney to make as together.
Yes, it's good to make them together.
Okay. Thank you. So I would make a motion to approve the recommended actions as outlined in the on board docs without going through the entire motion, if that's okay.
And to authorize.
And authorize, yes.
Okay, Councilor Paul has made a motion. Is that a second from Councilor Jang?
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the DPW team for all your work in getting the sidewalk construction going. I just wanted to understand sort of, this really deals with sort of those longer stretches of sidewalk, and in the memo it notes that DPW crews will be doing some of the shorter lengths of sidewalk, or maybe even down to like an individual square of missing or heavily damaged sidewalk. I'm just wondering if you can provide some where we might be able to get information on those smaller sections of sidewalk. And then also in previous years, we've also done some of that diamond cutting, which allowed us to sort of use, an asset that may just have been off center, or that may have been lifted by roots or other displaced in some other fashion to allow that to become more accessible for folks. So wondering if that's part of the strategy as well.
Thank you for your question, President Tracy. I did also kind of similarly wanted to take a quick introduction. Madeline Swender, who also turned on her video camera. She's been with DPW for about a year. She has the good fortune of managing both this contract as well as working with our crews about those short runs. So we've been working with Rob Goulding as well to come up with the best way to show the short runs. At the moment, they are inside of our construction portal, but like you said, they go down to an individual square. So they're very hard to pinpoint on a map that's so filled with other information. We are working to break that out onto DPW's sidewalk page as just a list, to be able to make it a little easier to see where we're looking to do some work. I do bracket that in the fact that we are having our DPW crews do these shorter sections because they are a little bit more fluid. They're not held to a contract. So if they need to pivot and react to something that, you know, the situation changed over the winter, or, you know, something we just hadn't found or gotten our eyes on yet and need them to address that more immediately, they have that flexibility being our own city staff than it would be inside of a contract. So it's one of the reasons that we give them that work type. But we are struggling this year with finding the right way to present that out publicly. So we've tried one option. It didn't quite hit the mark. We're working on a second.
Councilor Pine.
Yep.
Right.
As it relates to the diamond cutting, that is one of the other CIP budget challenges. We proposed putting that work type on hold until we get a better handle on where the overall budget is standing. It is one of the work types that can happen almost year round. And so we felt that that decision could be put on hold just to ensure that some of the other work and budget challenges had a chance to settle out and be figured out before we moved forward with that work type.
Okay, that makes sense. And just one follow-up was sort of that in prior years, several years ago, there was a comprehensive data-driven analysis of all sidewalks in the city, where basically they went through and analyzed each street or each square of sidewalk for surface degradation, sloping, all kinds of different concerns. It's been several years since we did that, though. Is there sort of an eye towards potentially going back and reevaluating? Because I think it's really, you know, I've seen some degradation in areas where there wasn't in the past. And so just thinking that it may be worthwhile to think about getting back out there, because I think it's at least been maybe 4 years since that took place. So a lot can happen in that time. Just wondering the thinking on that, just so that we're making strong data-driven decisions.
Yep, you're absolutely correct. Data was collected in October of 2015. So it has been a little while. We actually do have a contract with a local firm to help us with the data analysis and collecting new information. And we are in the process of looking at getting an RFP to collect new data this season to be able to look at it again over the winter.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
So Tracy, the thinking there was in part, you know, we did that analysis in advance of the 5-year bond, where we went to the voters in 2016 and we called it the Sustainable Infrastructure Bond. Now that we're coming to the end of, but really with this season, in some ways, of that work, we thought it would be a good time to update the data and to have the data for the planning of the next possible, substantial round of bonding. So I saw Councilor Pine first, and then we'll go to Councilor Jang.
My question was actually related to exactly what Councilor Tracy just mentioned. I think when it comes to sidewalks, all of us would like to say that the sidewalks we use are the ones that get repaved and get fixed. I think that we don't want to pit one area against the other. When you look at this list, it's noticeable that the area with the highest concentration of people who rely on the sidewalks literally to get around, there's a real gap there. I think the Old North End is largely not on this list this year. So, and when I walk around and when I hear from my constituents, the conditions are not it's not as though all the sidewalks have been fixed. I think we have some real challenges. When I first ran in 2018, I noticed that a lot of the conditions were, depressed sidewalks, damaged sidewalks. And then when the snow arrived, it was clear that some of the snow removal issues in certain areas were largely connected to failures in the infrastructure of some of our sidewalks. And so it was making it really hard for snow removal because of the condition of some of the sidewalks. So I did put out a request to DPW director to take a more citizen-driven process, because even though a machine went around and evaluated every square, as Councilor Tracy said, I found that report to be missing a whole bunch of neighborhoods, a whole bunch of areas that when I go around, I was taking pictures of sidewalks with the address in the photo to be able to show, wait, what about all these sidewalks that are crumbling? We still ought to have them on the list. So I think we need some work on how we measure the need for sidewalk repairs. It ought to also be linked somewhat to density of pedestrian usage, so that there are people who rely for their wheelchair or their stroller, whatever they're pushing, to use the sidewalk as the way to get around. And I don't think that it doesn't look like on this list that that's part of the factor. So I guess that's my concern.
You make a really interesting point, Councillor Pine. And I will say, since the original collection in 2015, and we struggled back then with finding just the right formula to be able to kind of push those sidewalk sections to the top. They rely on both their deficiency as well as an attempt at an activation. There's definitely some category types that helped get us in the right neighborhoods, and some that just, like you said, they missed their mark. So one of the things the consultant is looking at is trying to provide in some of those other factors. But putting out just a survey and a request for communication about who's walking and not feeling like they're maybe being captured because they're not near a school or a park might be another helpful tool for this update.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Thank you.
And I will just add that last fall we did, talking Councilor Pine and many others, reach out to NPAs and then to the public for feedback. We will put safety requests into the C-Click Fix system and have that drive as well many of our short safety run repairs. While you're seeing the list today of the long runs, which are predominantly the contractor completed work, you're not seeing the list of the short runs, which are our team's work. And we do look forward to getting that list up on the DPW website so that people can see those short runs in a little bit more manageable of a format. Feel free to direct folks to submit them on in. I know that Laura, Susan, Maddie are all evaluating both the technical data as well as the on-the-ground perspective.
Any further discussion?
I raised my hand earlier.
Oh, right. Sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
No problem. So yes, and I think contrary to the comment from Councilor Pine, I think Laura can attest to what I'm going to say next. And I think sometimes the best approach could be maybe the elected officials themselves, walk around their wards with the city staff to just assess the condition of some of the sidewalks, because sometimes it would be hard to explain, or click and fix cannot capture the whole story. And also the stories of people who live around those sidewalks or who use them most of the time are more impactful than just taking a picture and throwing it to the staff. And I think the process that we established last year with Laura and Mr. Godwin was just incredible. They showed up, they assessed the situation, and they responded proactively. And I think in some cases, they even started those projects to get it done. But now I have two questions. And one of them is some of those projects specific to Randy Lane, Charity Street, are not part of this list of the sidewalk list of CY20. And was just wondering if that is a project that the city will take and do by their own and not with another subcontractor.
Yeah, you are correct. They are still on our work plan and planned within our own crews. They started the work there last year, and it's our hope that they'll just be able to continue back in and already have the knowledge of the area and the work that they'd completed already.
And I think, you know, the process, what we established last year was just amazing. Thank you so much for coming down to our neck of wood. Now, the second question that I have, I think it was mentioned also through public forum by former city councilor about Mansfield Avenue. And to tell you the truth, Thursday received the call, Friday received the call, and today I received the call from someone who lived there. And I asked him to connect with the city councilors who are in that area. And I sent both of them an email to follow up with that person. So, I mean, pretty sure people are talking about the issue on Mansfield Avenue. And it seems that the asphalt was installed also, and it is less than 4 feet wide. And they were just wondering why it's not also on this list, and maybe what's the plan moving forward for that specific.
Yep, thank you for that question. I was hoping to have a chance to answer Resident Busher's question. So the Mansfield Outside Path is still very much an active project that DPW has underway. It's still in its conceptual design phase at the moment. With the pandemic that's facing us, we're struggling with the outreach to ensure that our outreach plan is met, that the citizens and residents are heard, and that the right concept is the preferred alternative that comes out of it. It is not in this work plan and not yet mentioned. This is really reconstruction of existing facilities in their same kind and same type. The Mansfield Outside Path is definitely an improvement over the existing condition is what we're targeting. And we're just also ensuring that the work that other city departments do have tentatively planned on Mansfield Ave is coordinated, and that not one of us is removing or undoing each other's work. So still certainly in the fiscal year 21 target, just may not be this fall.
Thank you.
I would just like to add one more piece to this conversation related to sidewalks and our decision making. So to be clear, the decisions that relate to sidewalks are tied in composite form by the condition of the sidewalk, but also the level of importance based on different types of uses, whether it be senior housing, schools, those significant connections or volumes of pedestrian activity. So that mix, we're going to continue to evolve as we kind of see how it works and fits with the needs of the public. And we're open to people's comments to kind of drive those kind of weighted priorities, but ultimately it does take in consideration those uses and needs against not just simply the condition.
Thank you for that clarification, Norm. Okay, I'm mindful of the time. It's 6:30. We have a number of items still to get through before the council meeting. Are we ready for action on this item? Okay, I think we do have a motion on the table with a second, correct? Yes. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Great. Thank you, Laura, for all of that information. And now we will move to 5.04, which is the authorization to replace the city's enterprise permitting system. And let me thank the rest of the DPW team too for all the work on those past two contracts. So now we'll move to IT. I see Brian Lowe is here, and I know that this is going to be a deliberative item on the council agenda too. So I think it would be helpful, Brian, if you could give a short overview before we kick off the conversation.
Sure, Mayor, I would be happy to do that. I think Bill Ward is also on the call, the director of the Department of Permitting and Inspections. And I wanted to just start by saying thank you to Bill and his whole team, plus the Scott Duckworth and Pat Schmitz in IT, who've done a lot of work to advance this project. I think there are probably 4 key points to kick it off, quickly, mindful of the time. The first is that this really is the next phase of a major continuous improvement effort that the city has put into its permitting system. This should substantially improve access and ease of residents to use an online portal to start doing some of their permitting requests. And it should vastly improve the city's current platform, which is actually past its end of life and is beyond support. not a great place to be from an IT perspective. And it's something that will improve the network security in the city. It will allow us to improve our data storage and management. It's going to give us a stronger connection to our enterprise financial system. It will integrate also with the city's GIS platform, which is our city mapping platform. And it will allow for what's called integrated plan review, allowing different individuals to work concurrently reviewing plan sets instead of in a very linear fashion. I'll let Bill talk a little bit more about some of the advantages we see from a revenue side. But I do think that it's important that making it easier for people to apply for permits in a scenario where you may need to be in a kind of remote posture, either for an extended period or episodically over the coming years, is important. And the last thing to highlight is that there is a significant savings that we were able to secure on the contract that's before you tonight.
Thank you, Brian. Bill, would you like to add a few thoughts?
No, I'll just say a couple of quick things. One, the system will change for the average customer, the number of average vehicle miles that they would put on. And I think the fact that this would be a system that would be used more remotely helps the typical homeowner in Burlington with the permitting process a great deal with the lean model that we'd like to have consistent throughout this new department. The new system will help me with the oversight and transparency of the entire system to be able to run the department a little bit more smoothly. And Brian and I were talking about this earlier today, that if the system had been in place prior to this pandemic, I think that we would have had a lot fewer problems in the way that we run the day-to-day operations. We had to put a lot of things in place after the fact to try to get different pieces put together, with people doing the pieces that they needed, customers not being able to get real-time information. If this system had been in place, customers would know exactly where their permit was because they'll be able to follow it along on a timeline. So I wish that this system had been in place before, but it just hit us at a bad time. And we're hoping now to get it in place as quickly as we can.
Great. Thank you, Bill and Brian. I guess I would just add, as we kick off the conversation there, that there continues to be probably no area of city government where there is as much dissatisfaction with the city's performance as in the permitting system. I think we've made great strides in addressing that with the, as Brian described, years of reform efforts with the assistance of the council. We held off on making this software change until we had the new structure in place. Now that we have it in place, I think this is a critical step for essentially finishing this multi-year job and really resourcing this new department properly. So this has certainly my full support. And with that, the floor is open for discussion. And I guess I'd welcome a motion if anyone's ready to do that at this point, or we can have further questions first. Councilor Jang.
Yep, I would like to make the motion to approve and recommend that the city council authorize the chief innovative officer to enter into a contract with OpenGov. Yes, that's a motion, to keep it short.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Paul. And the floor is open for discussion.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, and it is specific to, did you also do some RFPs, how did you come about picking up this system? And I'm pretty sure there are 1,000 more out there.
We did, it's a great question, Councilor. We did what's called an RFP process. We started with an RFQ because we wanted to make sure we understood the landscape well and could kind of define city requirements in a way that would last for a number of years. We had 9 responses in that process. 4 of them we selected for demonstrations. One of them, OpenGov, which is the one before you tonight, was a just materially better platform at a much lower cost, really targeted at smaller U.S. cities. And so we moved forward with that entity that you see before you today.
Yeah, and based on my understanding here, what we approving here, 212, 13,000, let's say, but it won't be, if you renew, it won't be the same amount. It will be less. this includes the initial setup and 1-year support. Is that correct?
Okay. Tell me if I misunderstood the question, but what's before you is a 3-year contract. So the first year costs are higher because there's an implementation charge to install the software, which is typical of an IT project. In the first 2 years, the annual support cost is about $44,000. In the third year, the annual support rises to $54,600, and that will be the third and final year of the term. So the first renewal would be in the 4th year. Now, if the city chose to renew at that point.
And this system is, all electronic. And how about those who cannot access them? Can they still come to the shop and just do their?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Chang. Further discussion? All right. I'm not seeing any hands, so I think we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Good. The motion carries unanimously. Nice work, Bill and Brian. Thank you.
And thank you all very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
We'll move now to 5.05, recommendation for Hayes for timekeeping system contract. The floor is open if anyone wants a motion here, or how would the board like to proceed? Councilor Paul. Councilor Paul, we can't hear you.
About that. I'll recommend that we approve and recommend to the council for its approval.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Pine. Discussion. Okay, I think looks like we're ready to act. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 5.06, our last deliberative item, authorization to enter into a 3-year agreement with Northeast Delta Dental as a dental insurance program administrator provider. And we have Deanna Luba here, one of her final appearances with us here at the board, to speak to this if that's needed. Is there, how the board like to proceed? Are we ready for a motion, or would you like an overview?
I would move approval of the resolution. Isn't that what we're essentially doing and recommending to the council?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Second by President Tracy. Discussion. President Tracy.
Just wanted to make sure that this was run by all the bargaining units and that they're all in favor of this.
Yes, they are. We did it at the same time as we were doing the RFP for the Cigna transition, but I just didn't get it signed and completed for last year's or last Board of Finance review. But yes.
Okay, great. And they're all set with it. They're on board with this transition or this contract.
They are. Yes, it's a couple of things. One, I think everybody's been really happy with Delta Dental. They've given excellent customer service. And this contract is actually less money than last year. So it's, there was really no controversy around it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further discussion. All right, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Deanna, I want to say thank you for getting this wrapped up before we have to say goodbye. And this, along with the healthcare contract, are an important piece of work, and we appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mayor.
Best with everything to come.
Thank you.
Now we will go to the communications. The first item is what is on the agenda as 3.01, the communication on recommendations in the FY19 management letter. Catherine Shad, our CAO, is prepared to kind of speak to is the plan for each of the management letter recommendations, which it's certainly one of the highest priorities that she's working on. It's the first meeting I had with her when she started, made her aware of these items, and I think she'd be happy to kind of give a summary of where we're at with them. So go ahead, Catherine.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. So as you know, we had several recommendations in our management letter this year. I'll just go through them point by point. I'll do it pretty quickly so that you can ask questions. We've got Rich here as well, and he's very involved. So if we get into the weeds, we can call on him. So the first one was improving our capital project accounting. And this is one that has been, I noticed, on our letter for several years. So this year, right after I joined on February 18th, Board of Finance and City Council provided approval for us to essentially outsource this function. This was done because we had tried to hire within the clerk treasurer's office for, I think, years, certainly months upon months. It had not been successful. And so now we have someone named Hannah York who is working with us through this firm, CLA. She started working with us on March 9th. It is going really well. There are a lot of pieces here. There are a lot of capital projects that are going in a lot of places. A lot of it is in Martha Keenan's head and in many, many spreadsheets. But we need to get it all in one place. Hannah has developed a great working relationship with Rich and with Anne. And so they've got a plan over the next year to really bring all of this into a place where it needs to be for the next audit. And so they've got a full project plan, and I can report back to you on a regular basis as we meet some of those milestones. Throughout May, there are some important meetings coming up with Martha and the DPW staff to agree on some of the things moving forward. There will be a period where we'll need to go back and reconcile things moving backwards, but it is very much moving in the right direction, thanks to Hannah and that contract with CLA. And Rich and his staff have done a great job as well. The second one is enhancing our quarterly financial statement. And this is also something that I noticed doing my research has been a finding for quite some time. This is something that's of great interest to me. When I first started, I realized that, this was one of the things I was looking for. And I wasn't finding the useful information that I wanted, but we really have to get all of the capital funds and some of the TIP stuff in order before we can really have meaningful quarterly financial statements. I think, within 6 months, we should be able to come back to you, and we will have, I hope, made enough progress. We plan to on the capital projects to be able to engage on that piece, but it's sort of, we need to have completed A to have done, to then move forward to B. So then moving on to C, which is retirement reconciliations. This has been a lot of work. I want to give kudos to Rich Goodwin and Alicia, who have really taken over during a time when I understand the past staff person left kind of on short notice. There was not a lot of handover, and it was a very difficult situation. But they have made a lot of progress. We are very actively working on getting this outsourced to Hooker and Holcomb. When we do, this will really revolutionize the service that we are providing to employees, former employees, retirees, because they will not be calling Rich and trying to get in touch with him among 300,000 emails he has. They will be calling a call center that is fully staffed. They will be able to access their information and accounts online. This is a really big step up for us. So that is great. In the midst of this transition, we are also working to accomplish what the management letter had asked for in terms of being able to do an audit, do this reconciliation between the school district and the electric department. If you have in-depth questions about this, Rich is the person to ask because he's in the weeds and it's happening this month. But this is one that we're really proud of because it's going to probably make the most progress over this past year. And then I don't like to give bad news, but it is probably a part of my job, big one. And the last one is improving our controls over journal entries. This is really a staffing issue, and it hasn't gotten better. Since this letter was issued, there was my transition. We had the disruption of COVID. I have been working very hard with my team, understanding that there is no additional money. We think we have a budget neutral proposal to give to you for a senior project accountant, which I think would allow us to be able to, this year's audit is not going to be as on time as we want it to be. We will work very hard, but we don't have the resources, but to allow us to be more fully staffed. So that's what I'm working on. I'm trying to honestly do the best that I can with the hand that I've been dealt. And those are the points of the management letter. So I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Catherine, for that summary. Discussion. Councilor Paul, go ahead. We need you to unmute yourself.
I try to do that when I'm not speaking and then I forget. So I think there has been a tremendous amount of things beyond anyone's control that have gone on over the past 6 months. I think we could all agree with that. I think the response for the to the first couple of points, is well underway, and that's pretty impressive given you've been here for you've been here for a couple of months and have had a whirlwind of activity thrown at you. I did want to not only the information in the management letter, but I did at some point, and we can do this at the next meeting since we're meeting shortly, is to talk about the things that I had put in that email to you and to the Board of Finance regarding the pension valuation. And I'm hoping that perhaps this transition, I'm a little concerned that the pension valuation is coming. It's now May, and in the past it has been done before the end of December. So that is a concern to me. Just so that we have time to really fully absorb and have a discussion about it. I don't know if that's going to be, now that we're moving to Hooker and Holcomb, that whether or not that will, there is a potential to do that going forward. And then as well to talk about, some of the other, so to speak, milestones that we should be, so that we should be talking about those so that they don't become potentially a management letter issue. But thank you very much for that presentation. I know it's a lot of work. It takes 5 minutes to say, but it takes a lot longer to develop. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Pine?
Just if either Catherine or the mayor could speak to the, if you had a wand and you could wave it to deal with the issue around journal entries, what would that, how would you take care of that, and how, just tell us how you would hire a person, basically. Is that what you need at a certain level?
Yes. And I love questions, Councilor Pine, that start with, if you had a magic wand. So if you could please direct more of those to me, then I will take those.
Not that we have any of those wands, but just if you did.
Yes, we need to hire people to process the journal entries, and we are very, very staff constrained in the CT office.
And just at what level would that position be? I'm just curious, not grade wise, but is it someone sort of career that you're looking for as far as that caliber or that skill sets?
I'm sorry, what were you comparing it to?
Is it someone entry level, or are you looking for someone sort of at mid-career in terms of skill level?
Maybe a little bit more mid-career, but yeah, we're calling it a senior accountant, but somebody who would probably report directly to Ann Barton.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion? All right, let's close that communication item, and we'll move now to, if there's a desire to speak, there's an updated written report, as there has been on the recent past. Board of Finance, as we've committed, you're going to get this written report updating on the COVID-related expenses. Is there any questions or discussion about the report? Councilor Paul.
Could I just ask the question that there are, and maybe this was explained somewhere, but I didn't see it. There are, when it's in the column that says new costs for this report, some of the numbers are negative. So is that back to us?
Yeah. So
yeah.
This happened last time too, that because of the purchase order.
Oh yes, of course. I see that.
Devices sometimes come in lower.
Got it. I apologize. It's actually in boldface there. Thank you. I see it now. Sorry.
It is a little bit more dramatic this time than you'll see in the future, because we did our first giant true up between the EOC and CT. I think moving forward, just CT is going to track, so it is a little confusing. It won't be moving forward.
Councilor Jang.
Yeah. As part of the RRC work, I see a communication translation and also a trusted liaison stipend. Was just wondering why it's not salary and instead of stipend. Were they contracted on an hourly basis, or what type of contract was it that would allow them to receive stipend but not an actual paycheck?
So, oh, sorry, Mayor, can I answer?
If you go ahead.
So I'm glad that you asked, Councilor Jang. It turns out that the RRC, because they were moving very quickly, had not totally vetted that with the city attorney. So they've got a meeting set up for later this week. So that is likely to change. actually. So stay tuned.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor President Tracy.
And so with the translation and communication piece, is this increase resulting from that true up, or is it that we're finally getting into a place where we have folks who we are going to who are doing the translations? Because I had heard some rumblings about not getting translated materials up soon enough. We've got a lot of materials now on the city website, but there have been some other folks in the community who have been supplementing that work as well. And so that's an issue that I had brought to your attention, Mr. Mayor, is that the great work that some folks are doing, Mohammed Jafar and Melissa Kane, around sort of translation work, and just wanting to understand who's doing that work and where that compensation number is coming from.
I can look at the spreadsheet and let you know specifically, and or we could talk to Luke McGowan. I don't know if I have people's names, but I certainly have fees that have been paid for translation in a spreadsheet that I have from the RRC. So I'd be happy to follow up to get that to you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Yep. And lastly, I think maybe Mr. Mayor, do I have the floor? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Chen.
For the EOC security, I think 2 meetings prior to this, I believe we mentioned as to what is the scope of work of that security person being paid $9,000 for now, knowing that there is no City Hall is almost closed, and it seems it was reported that you guys will look into it and report back. But here I see that the cost has increased by $3,000 now.
So we've been paying a steady $3,000 per month for private security as part of the security plan for City Hall. That is in addition to the regular patrol by the Burlington Police Department, and that is to ensure that we can keep the public restrooms open.
But it's not only City Hall, but also library and police department. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it is just City Hall, but that also part of that plan is that we have the police department also doing patrols in addition. That's not 24/7 security or anything, but we also have the police.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. I think if there's no more questions, we'll close out that item. We're at the end of our time virtually. As somehow happens frequently, let's do it here. We got President Tracy, if we can cut in, just give us 60 seconds, Rich, on the sweep report.
Yeah, total time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so at a very high level, our cash actually is very strong at this time. We're going to be monitoring very closely over the balance of the fiscal year. We do have the short-term borrowing mechanisms in place that will help us, if need be, to help us with our liquidity. You can see there's no material changes in the balances, other than I would like to disclose that within the last couple of weeks, we've made the city whole, that we've actually collected the full amount that's owed to the retirement fund, which is $3.6 million, of which that has been reimbursed in full to the general fund. And knowing that we have some challenges with our cash, it's just a prudent thing to do. That's my summary. Any questions?
Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I actually, Rich, I don't have a question. I just would ask that, oftentimes, as the mayor said, we get to the end of our Board of Finance meeting, and this tends to be the thing that we delay into the next meeting. I think we probably should make this in the next few months, at least, probably more of a priority by putting this higher up on the list. Because I don't know if you have, Rich, the figures yet. You probably don't for April. I don't know when you get those figures, but I'm wondering if you already have an idea how the available cash is going to look for April 30th. And if you don't, that's fine. I just think maybe we should be looking at this a little more frequently or quickly, I guess, more expeditiously.
So I can produce April numbers for the May 18th meeting.
Okay.
So next Monday, I can give you an update on April as well, if that's the desire.
Yeah, well, that would be mine.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Good. If there's no more sweep account questions, I just final point, just to keep the Board of Finance. I see many of the counselors have joined us too. There is, of course, a huge budgeting effort underway. It is we're working very hard. Basically, at some point next week, we will be. The hope is on Monday to be able to have a kind of overview, a more detailed overview of the budget. There is a chance that we will need to call a special session later in the week if we're not able to make that, just in terms of pulling this together. So there will be further budget update next week, and we'll be circulating with you shortly the additional process from there until the budget will be in the council's hand, and there will be numerous additional meetings. Beyond that, it is, as I've been saying since this began, it is not going to be like a normal budgeting season. The budget itself is going to look very different than our past budgets unless we get very significant relief from the federal government. So we are working towards being in position to give a overview next week, and we'll circulate the process projection shortly. So with that, if there's no objection, the Board of Finance is adjourned at 7:05 p.m. and turn this over to President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will go ahead and call to order the City Council meeting at 7:05. The first thing on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If folks would please rise for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible,
liberty and justice for all. Thank you, councilors. Our first item on the agenda is the agenda. Do we have a motion on the agenda?
So moved.
Councilor Jeng, will you please read the full motion in board docs?
All right, we'll try. Oh, sorry. I'm in Board of Finance still. It will take me some time.
Okay, does someone else have the motion open? Councilor Paul, do you have it open?
I have it open.
I do, but I did it last week.
Okay, Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
I'd like to move to amend and adopt the consent agenda. Oh, just kidding. Move to amend and adopt the agenda as follows. Add to the consent agenda 4.11 communication Danny Weiss regarding the Champlain Parkway with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Note PDF on file of presentation for agenda item 5.03, communication Chapin Spencer, Director DPW regarding Champlain Parkway project of DPW. note written material for Agenda 5.04, Communication Chapin Spencer, DPW Director, regarding 2020 construction update per Redell note PowerPoint for this agenda item per DPW.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. We have a motion? Do we have a second? Seconded by Councillor Stromberg. I would also just ask that, one second, folks. If folks who are not speaking, if everyone can just go on mute, please. I'm getting some feedback here. Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, so we had a motion from Councillor Hightower, a second from Councillor Stromberg. Any discussion on that motion on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. We're still a little early for public forum, which is at 7:30. And again, if folks are interested in signing up for public forum, they can do so by sending. You may do so by sending an email to publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. That's publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov. And that will just let us know that you're interested in speaking, and we will call on you when we get to that item and give you a chance to speak at that time. Recognizing that we aren't quite at that point yet, I'm going to go ahead and actually move ahead to item number 3, which is climate emergency reports, a new agenda item based on what we had voted on. Are there any councilors who have climate emergency reports for this meeting? Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Excited to kick off this new this new item. And yeah, I'll just give a brief update on something that I'm working on that I'm gonna plan to bring forward for our next city council meeting. This is something that Councillor Busher had worked on. She introduced a resolution back in October that was unanimously approved by the council related to electric and other non-fossil fuel based heating systems for new buildings in Burlington. And this initial resolution in October led to a report in January that was mainly put together by BED that laid out some possible options to regulate in new construction and try to make sure that new buildings in Burlington are either heated and cooled without using fossil fuels, or that they're prepared to be easily convertible over to a heating system that does not rely on fossil fuels. That report came back in January, and included in it was the idea of a 90-day public engagement process and stakeholder input that would really help to further develop the policy. Like many other things that kind of got derailed or put on hold when the COVID crisis confronted us. And so I'm going to be bringing a resolution next week to reignite this issue and try to get forward progress on this issue once again, and really push to make sure that the buildings in Burlington are being transitioned off of fossil fuels.
Do any other councilors have any climate? Councillor Paul, go ahead.
Thanks. So I just wanted to raise the issue especially for those councilors who weren't here in January, that in January the council moved to the ordinance committee a resolution, or actually not a resolution, ordinance regarding leaf blowers. The fact that we are now in, even though it's raining outside, we are definitely in what you would call leaf blower season. And the main proposal of this ordinance change for the well-being of the city in terms of reducing noise and reducing carbon emissions created by gas-powered leaf blowers was to ban the use of them between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Realizing that the strength of leaf blowers right now is they're not strong enough, nor do they last long enough in terms of power and just time to be able to ban them during the height of leaf blower season, which is spring cleanup and fall cleanup. However, there are other there will be other restrictions put on them during that period of time. The reason I bring it forward is that I'm pleased to say that the chair of the ordinance committee has said that while there are a number of items that are still in the queue, that hopefully this will get looked at hopefully by the end of May, but hopefully not any later than the beginning of June. And just wanted to remind the council that when we voted on this, there were a lot of dates in there. Those dates are going to have to be amended, given the fact that, we all had hoped that committees would be moving forward a little bit more quickly than they are typically after Organization Day, and due to recent events, have just not been. So hopefully we'll be able to see this come back to the council in June. And I think that's just great news. So that was my update. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thanks, President Tracy. I was hoping we could just zoom in here, GM Darren Springer from the Burlington Electric Department, to give an update on the green stimulus. And I see he is here, so.
Excellent. That's great. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, President Tracy. We, as part of what the mayor announced in the State of the City address this past April, at BED have been working on a green stimulus proposal. As the council may know, we've already implemented a number of relief measures, including suspending disconnections for non-payment, waiving late fees, and providing budget payment options for all of our customers. We actually have two programs that are live now and available. One is a loan program with VSCCU and Opportunities Credit Union and BED, where residential customers can get access to loans as low as 0% for improvements such as heat pump water heaters, Energy Star appliances. We also have an e-bike partnership with Old Spokes Home, particularly to help low and moderate income customers access e-bikes that are going to be used for transportation at cost and with 0% financing to make those as affordable as possible. So those two programs are live now. We have 13 other initiatives ranging from weatherization initiatives, heat pump incentives, EV incentive, all of which are aimed at boosting our existing programs to make them even more affordable, all these technologies for our customers. And those 13 initiatives are pending approval at the Public Utility Commission. We now have a deadline of May 22nd that the PUC has set for comments to be submitted. And our hope is that following that deadline, the PUC will be able to act expeditiously, provide regulatory approval, and then we'll be able to move forward with these programs. And we've actually been able to look at redirecting $800,000 in unspent energy efficiency funds that would have otherwise been used, but are going to be delayed because of some of the COVID impacts, and repurpose them to help our customers, low and moderate income customers, residential, small business, nonprofit. There's programs for everybody to access, and I would encourage folks to go to burlingtonelectric.com/green stimulus, and that's where all the details are available and where we'll provide updates as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Are there any other councilors looking to provide a climate emergency report tonight?
No report, but was wondering if we can ask questions at this for two. Just a question.
Go ahead. We can try, but we really are trying to not engage in back and forth, Councilor Jang. So if it's just a general question, but again, we're trying not to really engage in too much back and forth here.
It's understandable. It won't be a debate. And this is a quick question for Mr. Darren Sprinkler. And I think those programs you share are increasingly amazing, are wonderful. And was just wondering if there is anything in the work around solar panel acquisition for residents of Burlington. Do you have any programs in the work currently?
Great, thanks. I'm happy to answer that. Currently, for customers interested in solar, we have a program on our BED website where we provide recommendations for vetted local solar installers, kind of a recommendation program. We've called it Solar Shopper in the past. And then those companies we recommend can help customers install solar. There's great loan products where you can get essentially zero money down and get panels installed and either lease the panels or finance the panels at very low rates. And we provide an incentive through our net metering program where we'll pay a solar bonus essentially for customers for a period of 10 years to help pay off the cost of installing those panels.
Okay.
Thank
you very much. Let's try and keep questions and back and forth. Let's just try and keep it to reports. So are there any other further reports from folks? Okay, seeing none. We're still not at the 7:30 time certain for our public forum. So I'm going to go ahead and move us down to the other section of our agenda, which has to do with committee reports, just so that we're doing non-deliberative business before we get to that public forum. So are there any chairs of committees who would like to offer a report this evening? Councillor Paul, then Councillor Pine.
Great, thank you. So yes, the Parks, Art, and Culture Committee is going to meet this Wednesday, the 13th of May at 5:30. We have all four of the department heads that report to Parks, Art, and Culture are going to be coming. That is BCA, Doreen Kraft, the Fletcher Free Library, Mary Danko, and Parks and Rec, Cindy White, as well as Luke McGowan at CEDO. We're going to get an update on all of their summer programming plans, projects that are underway, City Hall Park, which is slated to start this week, and a number of other projects, as well as getting an update on some of where we left off at the end of the last council year. So that's at 5:30. If anyone, it's on the city calendar, I believe, with the Zoom information. If anyone would like to participate and it's not there, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Councillor Pine.
Yes, the City Council Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee met last week, and we received a really informative discussion with Luke McGowan from CEDO, talking about how the city is going to deploy some additional federal community development block grant dollars in support of rental assistance to deal with folks impacted by COVID, but also just to shore up hopefully the most vulnerable renters in our community, as well as micro business assistance to help to support local folks who are entrepreneurs. So it'll be coming to the full council, and that was really exciting to hear that information. We also focused only a little bit of our discussion about how to expand, enhance protections for renters in Burlington, and that was a big piece of work from our last committee constituted before this last election. We've been slowed down by COVID, of course, but we're going to meet for the next few weeks. We're going to meet sort of every other Wednesday to try and get that piece of work defined, develop an action plan with some real specific goals and benchmarks around tenant protection items. So we will be meeting next Wednesday. I think it's, the first meeting is the 20th. The second meeting will be the first Wednesday of June. And so keep an eye out for those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. The Ordinance Committee will be meeting tomorrow. I want to say in room 12, but it will not be room 12. We will be meeting via Zoom. Our agenda includes 4 items: a completion of the update to our no trespass ordinance that came out of the settlement and court case with the ACLU, a discussion on sprinkler systems that fell out for the returning council members out of the discussion on 80 accessory dwelling units and cost,
There's also a first discussion of the parking plan ordinance that passed first read under the last council. And then finally, a second run at updating fines and penalties and fees associated with excavations and obstructions. That meeting is tomorrow at 5:30.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
President Tracy.
Any other committee chairs? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Great, thanks. I'll be quick. The license committee, we met last Tuesday. Tonight you'll see obviously what we looked at when we convene. The Local Control Commission. Our next meeting is June 9th at 6 p.m. And one thing I just did want to note is that we have added a condition to all licenses that requires the businesses to comply with any local, state, and federal regulations related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So just a bit of extra assurance to clarify that piece. But other than that, we're moving along as normally, and we will meet again on June 9th.
Thank you. Any other committee chairs looking to report? Okay, seeing none, we still have a couple minutes until we hit 7:30, so we'll move into City Council General Affairs. Do any city councilors have any general city affairs that they'd like to speak to? Okay, seeing.
Yes, sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
I saw Councilor Paul, and then I'll go to you, Councilor Jang. So Councilor Paul, you have the floor.
All right. My apologies. I'm looking on one side of my screen and trying to pay attention to the other. Just wanted to announce and to thank all city councilors who responded to the email that was sent this afternoon regarding the South End community food pickup. To a large degree, this is an inspiration from all the good work that has been going on at the New North End Food Pantry and the North End City Councilors that have been working on that. We're going to have this is on May 16th. This is this Saturday from 9 to 11 in the Champlain Elementary School parking lot. We all know that people there's a lot of people in this community that are greatly in need during this time. And Councilor Shannon Mason and I are going to be doing this food pickup. There'll be bags of food staples, grocery gift cards, masks, and books for children and adults of all ages. And hope that you will help us in getting the word out, and hope that anyone who's listening this evening who either is in need or knows someone will encourage them to come. So it's again on this Saturday from 9 to 11, and hope that we'll see many people there because we're going to have the groceries. We got to put them somewhere. So hope that people will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Jang.
Yep, I have 2 items, and I think one of them is for new North Enders, if they're listening. We have taken an action of coming together as elected officials. Sarah Carpenter, Councilor Polino, and I, for the first time, we met together, and we would want to continue to do it to caucus to better represent the people that elected us to office. That was the first things that I needed to share. The second thing is specific to the campers at the park. You know, we have homeless people who've been receiving some support from the state and the city in accessing some campers during COVID-19. And it seems, from what I'm hearing from them, that they have been given a time to get out of those campers. And, you know, some of them are wondering what will be now the plan for them, and was just wondering if the mayor can include some updates about that at his general city, at his update for the city and also the people. Yeah, this is just a request to the mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Are there any other councilors who would like to speak to general city affairs? Okay, seeing none, we'll move into the next item, which is City Council President Council updates. Just want to highlight a couple things that this Thursday we have the municipal finance training that will be more to orient folks who are new to some of the key concepts in municipal budgeting, but also to serve as a refresher for those of you who may have been on the council for some time. This is also going to be made public. So if there are members of the public who are interested, we want to make sure that there is access. So that will be up on the city website and you'll be able to access that. We'll just have it, the CAO has prepared an agenda for us, so we'll get that out as well as login information for counselors. I'm really looking forward to that and want to just thank CAO Shad for being willing to do that work and share that important information, especially in advance of budget season. I think we'll be much better prepared for having gone through that training, and just want to really thank you for recognizing all the work that's on you and your team's plate. Being willing to do that work and provide that training to the counselors. Also just want to highlight that board and commission openings will be advertised this week. Those openings, if you don't know, happen on sometimes as positions open up, but usually we have a larger set of appointments that take place in June. We will be moving forward with that process as we have in years prior. We will, however, have to shift that process to being a virtual process in order to comply with social distancing. So the way that this will work is that those positions are being advertised this week. And then the applications for those positions will be due on June 10th. Then a nominating committee will essentially deliberate and will provide the opportunity for those who have applied the ability to do a virtual interview, either calling in or with a video option, should they so choose. And then that committee will, as in years prior, advance a slate, and that slate is based upon those who they can reach consensus on as a committee. If there are, however, nominations that they don't reach consensus on, then those are broken off and brought to the full council. As it currently stands, we're looking at making those votes on those commission appointments at our final June meeting. So that just gives you a little bit of an idea of the process. And if you have folks either that you're in touch with, or just if folks are watching in the community that are interested, that sort of gives you an idea of how that process will be occurring moving forward. So that's what I have. It looks like we are right at almost at 7:30, and I don't want to cut your time short, Mr. Mayor. So if it's okay, I'm going to move into the public forum, and we'll get back to you, Mr. Mayor, at the end of our meeting, just to make sure that we give you your full time without interrupting public forum. Chief of Staff Riddell, do you have any? Or I'm sorry. Does the clerk's office? I'm sorry, Amy Bovey in the clerk's office. Do you have the public forum signups ready for us?
Yes, I do. So the first request I had was a group of 3 that would like to speak together. Is that okay with you, President Tracy?
Yes, that's fine.
Great. I will allow Jed Davis, Dara Harbor, and Sue Bett to speak.
Councilor Tracy, this is Jordan. Sorry, President Tracy, can you just give me 1 moment to set up the timer? I'm juggling a few computer situations, but if you could just give me 1 moment, I'll get a timer set up.
Wonderful. Yes, that would be very helpful. I appreciate that you're doing that.
Okay.
Ooh. All right, so if you could just reset that timer, and then So if you
Yep,
could
all
just,
set now. Sorry about that delay.
all right, thank you very much. If the three speakers would like to speak, I understand that we have 3 minutes. There are three speakers, so I'll give each of you that amount of time, just because I want to be respectful of that. So, but let's please just, if you could just please, be aware of that. So we'll have to, I guess, reset it at the end of that timing, if that's possible. But I don't want to give three people just 3 minutes.
Okay.
If are those folks unmuted?
Yes, looks like they're all set.
Okay, go right ahead.
This is Jed Davis. Can people hear me, I assume?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jed.
Okay. So yeah, I'm here with Sue Betty. I'm a restaurant owner in the area. Sue Betty, a friend of mine, a restaurant owner in the area. And Lindara Harbor, another friend of mine, a retail shop owner on Church Street. And we just wanted to speak very briefly about the sort of realities that business owners like us are facing right now as the economic realities of COVID start to settle in to people like us. Sue is going to start, and then Lindara, and then myself.
Hey everyone, this is Sue Betty from Bluebird Barbecue on Riverside Avenue. Just wanted to kind of briefly update City Council on the status of many of our businesses, particularly businesses that are under the mandated closures. We've found ourselves just having a very difficult time accessing components of the federal relief programs over the last 8 weeks. And many of us are in pretty complex economic positions. And as we look to plan reopening and move forward into kind of some uncertain periods up ahead, we just wanted to alert City Council to let you all know that our kind of businesses are in a crisis state, or certainly a distressed state. And we're working at the state and federal level as well to help support our businesses. But this is kind of just us letting you all know a little bit about what we have looking ahead. Lindara, do you want to hop in?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks for that. So thanks for allowing us to come and speak this evening. I wanted to just take a moment. I know that we're all witnessing every state approach this differently. And Vermont has been especially diligent in the shelter in place. And for that, I've actually been very grateful. I, like so many of my neighbors, chose to even close before I was asked to. And I did that to support my city and to do my part to keep us all safe and healthy. But I bring that up because as we're watching national numbers come in, I just want to be transparent and let you all know that my personal numbers that my business is experiencing, they're far worse than what I'm seeing nationally. And I know that I can't speak for other businesses, but I am actually in very close communication with so many of my neighbors. And everyone that I'm speaking to is feeling the same. So as scary as these numbers look, I think it's just important that I tell you that personally, and from what I'm hearing from so many of my neighbors, it's even worse. And again, I've been so happy to support my city, but I'd like to just say now that as we're trying to reopen and we're trying to stay open and keep our businesses alive, I'm asking that the city does everything it can to support us back. And as you're preparing to allow businesses to think outside the box, and we're using greenbelt spaces, outdoor spaces, parking spaces, I would urge you to allow us maximum use on those. I know that curbside parking is critical. It's very important to downtown, to the businesses, to the city itself. But I would ask that you're especially lenient with those businesses that can't allow customers to come in. And then the businesses that can conduct business indoors, of course, as hopefully business comes to some sort of normalcy downtown, and hopefully parking is needed again, we can approach that with caution. I think mostly I just wanted a chance to let you know that we're all working together, this community of restaurants and boutiques, as retailers, and we truly understand that we rely on each other. Without the health of a restaurant community, the boutique community would have a really hard time coming back. And certainly vice versa. I think that no restaurant is really going to come back in a shopping area, in a downtown, on a main street, on a side street, unless the boutiques have been supported equally, and you're giving retail an equal chance to come back in all of this. So we do come to you together for sure, as partners, as this small business community. And I think we're just really asking that as you're making important decisions about how to support us, that you allow us to be your partners in these decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindara. So just to wrap up, what we're learning is that many of our small businesses in Burlington will not be reopening. And we expect that perhaps to become a worse situation as businesses do reopen in a very depressed economic climate and basically run out of cash. We do not know the full toolbox that the city has available to help our small businesses bounce back. We just wish to convey that cash is tight or non-existent for many small businesses in our community. We ask that you consider whatever you can to provide assistance as we attempt to eventually reopen, and more so, I think, recover. Whether that's payment plans for city expenses, Burlington Electric, on and on. Again, we don't know the toolbox. We just ask you to understand our situation and do what you can to help bring our community back. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us and sharing that perspective. City Clerk Bovee, do we have anyone else in the?
Yes, we have a few more. Our next speaker will be Ben Traverse. Ben, you should be all set to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Ben Travers. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, especially Mayor Weinberger, for your leadership throughout this crisis. I know you have more pressing issues before you, but I also know that on your agenda this evening, there's a piece with respect to the Champlain Parkway project, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Champlain Parkway. I understand that also in your meeting packet, there were notes from representatives from the Pine Street Coalition requesting that a report from DPW updating you all on this project be forwarded through your committee process. I don't understand, however, why further committee process on this project would be necessary at this point. DPW has made clear that it plans on continuing to engage the public, including through public hearings on environmental and social justice issues. Moreover, as a member of the Ward 5 NPA Steering Committee, I can tell you that DPW has come to our hearings or our meetings multiple times to update our community on the project. And just this past week, they asked again to come to our NPA's next virtual meeting. I don't see how another public hearing before this council's committee process would serve any goal other than to further delay an already long delayed project. I respect the advocacy efforts of the Pine Street Coalition and think their efforts have further improved the Parkway project. But unfortunately, at this point, I believe the goal of the coalition is simply to delay, whether through the courts, various administrative processes, or now through this council, delay to the end of killing this project. It would be irresponsible for this council, though, to further delay on the Champlain Parkway. In no uncertain terms, both the federal and state governments had made clear that if the city reneges on its obligations to complete this project, Burlington could be on the hook for $14 million. As Burlington and the city and our country face perhaps the greatest fiscal disaster in our history, it would be completely irresponsible for this council, for the city, to risk putting that on the line. But I don't think the council should be making decisions necessarily based on that fear, that threat. I think that you should support this project because it's a good project. It's a project that I am excited about. Unlike many of the representatives from the Pine Street Coalition, I actually live on Pine Street. I live at the corner of Home Avenue in Pine Street. I deal with the traffic of this intersection daily. This council in the last few years has approved of zoning changes that permitted the South End City Market to come in, and that will permit Burton and Higher Ground to put a concert venue down in this neighborhood. Both of those projects included and considered the Champlain Parkway's completion. It has to be done. This council has approved of zoning changes that contemplate this project being done, and I ask for you to please continue to support it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Travers. Are there other folks in the queue, City Clerk Bovee?
Yes, our next speaker will be Charlie Messing. Charlie, you should be all set to speak.
I am all set to speak. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay then. Hello everyone. Nice to see you. Sorry you can't see me. Well, to start with the comment that was just made, I'm in full support of the Pine Street Coalition, and they have every intent of having this new parkway, having it designed well, rather than the way it was designed before. They in no way don't want it. They don't want to delay it. They just have a lot of good ideas. And I would say Tony Reddington is an expert on this situation. And his opinions are valuable, and what they're doing is valuable, and I support it. And I know the other guy thinks that we're trying to stop everything from happening, but no, we just, roundabouts and bike lanes are good. Okay, that's enough for that one. The bikes, the kids, it seems kind of trivial at this level, but there are a lot of people not wearing masks. There are a lot of people riding bicycles on sidewalks. This, as you know, a sidewalk is not 6 feet wide. And a guy passed right in front of me, and he was a foot from me, and he had no mask on. And all I could say was it would have been smart to go up that driveway to the street and go around us instead of going through us. This is a number of older people standing on a sidewalk. The bicyclists shouldn't be on the sidewalk, and the kids shouldn't not be wearing masks. Anything you can do to help the new influx of people know that the masks are important and the 6-foot rule is important. I see so many people who do not get it. They come up the street, sidewalk, they come right at you, and the 6-foot thing does not occur to them. It doesn't come to their mind. So anything you can do to enforce it or make announcements about it would really help. I'm very glad that the graffiti kids in the Moran plant were caught, and I hope they have something to do with the rest of the graffiti in town, because maybe it can slow down. I think it's really great somebody got caught. I'm running out of time, but have a wonderful evening, and I hope you're all doing okay. I'm doing okay. We'll get through it.
Thank you, Mr. Messing. City Clerk, do we have anyone else?
Yes, our next speaker will be Tony Reddington. Tony, you should be all set to speak.
Okay. Am I being heard? Am I okay?
Yes, Tony, I can hear you.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Tony Reddington. I live at 125 St. Paul Street, Ward 3, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Pine Street Coalition. And of course, as Ben Travers mentioned, we saw each other last week at the combined 5 and 6 NPA, and we also presented separately to the NPA 5 and NPA 6 last November, December. So Pine Street's been a pretty regular attender at various events regarding the parkway. The Pine Street Coalition is a grassroots group, about 200 members and growing, and those who live, and they're made up of those who work or live or recreate in the South End. We are one of the several volunteer organizations, active groups who comprise the Livable City Burlington. Building on the 2014, goes back 6 years now, first look at the Champlain Parkway design flaws by the Burlington Walk Bike Council and the AARP workshop that same year, our coalition undertook civic engagement and on a continuing basis and developed quickly a set of redesigned guidelines for the parkway. Those redesigned guidelines were endorsed by the Walk Bike Council, and these evolved guidelines become the core of Pine Street's template for a new street. Over the past 2 months, and we'll become active as the events have occurred since March, it became clear a scaled down parkway project could meet the true transportation, environmental, economic, environmental justice guidelines and safety needs of the South End. We believe through a collaborative process with the city and the state, New Street could go forward with little delay at lower cost. We dropped our court suit in U.S. District Court, and for the first time we were able to do that last June 6th, and not a piece of paper has moved since that court case was begun. Our legal team will explore with the Federal Highway Administration the possible path to get a cooperative agreement whereby all parties agree to ending litigation and go to construction in a matter of months, something we can all agree would be a terrific outcome. We have suggested a cooperative agreement approach since our organization began. As some of you on the City Council know, we began reaching out in recent days to South End officials, including elected officials, including city councilors, in a dialogue we hope will lead to a street that our city can love. You have in your packet a map of New Street that was given to you this evening. The template we insist on and the type of design of a separate bikeway and sidewalk would go from the bottom of Queen City Park all the way almost to Main Street. Best practices of roundabouts, a dedicated entry to City Market, and as we urge the council at this point to refer this status report to the Transportation Utilities Committee for discussion of the New Street alternative so we can have an open airing and report back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddington. Anyone else?
Yes, the last person that we have signed up to speak is Dale Tillotson. Dale, you should be all set to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please respond by saying 10-4 if you can hear me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
10-4.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council President, for taking my comments tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the volunteers in the city who have made and distributed many, many masks to be distributed throughout the city to help us through this pandemic. I'd also like to thank Tom Fleury and Dave Hartnett for the food pantry and all the other things that they're involved in Wards 4 and 7 in the new North End. I'd also like to make a suggestion to the health department. Health department rules say no shoes, no shirt, no service when entering businesses. We need to ask them to include no masks to be included in that. And I'd now like to read you a text that I wrote a few days ago. I hope I can do it in the time allotted. If not, I would ask someone to give me some more time. COVID-19 updates from the war-zoned grocery store aisles with added advice. When making your trip to the grocery store, plan your trip with the goal of getting in, getting out, taking any neighborly conversations to the parking lot, using face masks, and keeping 6 feet between you and your conversing partners. I prefer and demand 8 feet. Do not stand in front of meat cases, especially this pork section, conversing in it and blocking it like a bunch of hogs. Same for the red meat section. Cow and cell gathering must take place in parking lot. And of course, chicken. Do not foul things up by blocking the coop. Take it outside. Now to corn. Within the grocery store, no husking allowed in stores. As the summer treat comes closer, this blocks areas preventing others from purchasing this stocked summer treat. And frankly, if this is not followed, the government could step in and say, no more corn sales. That will not set well with your local farmers and the crop they grow to. So think of them as well. In closing, a big educational problem, I have the following suggestion. Lottery tickets. Do not purchase them in a store and stand around scratching and then throwing the losers aside for others to pick up. You scratch and throwers are big losers for doing that, in my opinion. Education system has a great dependency on lottery sales. Not sure if it is a good thing, but it is reality. Continue to social gather and scratch and throw. That could go away as well. In closing, in respect of others, mask up, move quickly. Let me fast forward my comments here. I'm losing it on my computer. Got a couple seconds here. Education has a great dependency on lottery sales. Not sure if it's a good thing, but it's reality. Continue to social gather and scratch and throw. That could go away as well. In closing, respect of others, mask up, move quickly. No time to fondle every apple to excite you, and make your trip to limit the conversation in store. A good thing to keep in mind is if you don't see it, we don't have it. Move on with Plan B. COVID-19 to be continued in future posts. Stay safe, stay healthy, and think of everybody else. Sorry for all the confusion with all the separate text I have going.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tillotson. Have we heard of any other public commenters?
Nope, we don't have anyone else signed up to speak tonight.
Okay, thank you very much for facilitating that. We will now move into the actual to item number 4, which is the consent agenda. May I please have a motion on the consent agenda? Is anyone prepared to offer a motion on the consent agenda? Councilor Paulino, go ahead.
Motion to amend and adopt consent agenda, taking items as indicated. Add item agenda 4.11, communication from Denny Weiss regarding Champlain Parkway with action to waive the reading, accept the communication, place it on file.
I believe there's a little bit more to that motion.
Yeah, hold on.
Actually, no, that is correct, actually, Councilor. So we have a motion, and is there a second? Second from Councilor Hanson. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, President Wright. Excuse me, President Tracy. I just want to note my recusal from 4.10, which is an authorization to enter into a 3-year agreement with Northeast Dental. I'm recusing myself from that for professional reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know about that recusal. I believe City Attorney Blackwood that it would be most appropriate then to divide the question so that Councilor Mason is able to then vote on all the other items for which he is not recused. Is that correct, Attorney Blackwood?
That would be the proper process, yes.
Okay. All right. So we will go ahead and vote on the consent agenda, separating out that particular item. So we'll go to the broader consent agenda first. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We'll then go to item number 4.10 and vote on that. All those in favor of 4.10, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously as well. We will now move into I'm actually going to go and recess our city council meeting at this point, and we will go into the local control subcommittee meeting. I just want to make sure that we get to that item, and this is usually where we tend to do that when we have those items. I'll give folks a chance to switch over their screens and get that particular meeting open before starting that particular meeting. But do just want to make sure we get to those items. So I'm going to go ahead and recess the City Council meeting and then call to order the Local Control Commission meeting. Is everyone able to get that up on their screens at this point? Okay. All right. We will. The first item on the local control agenda is the agenda. Is there a motion on the agenda? Councillor Pine, go ahead.
I move to adopt the agenda as proposed and take the actions.
We have a motion from Councillor Pine, seconded from Councillor Hanson. Is there any discussion on the agenda itself? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We'll now move into the deliberative agenda. The first item on the agenda is item 2.01. May I please have a motion on item 2.01? Commissioner Hanson.
Thanks. I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 first and third liquor license and outside consumption permit renewals as listed with all standard conditions.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded from Councillor Stromberg. Any discussion on this item? Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us to item 2.02. May I please have a motion on item 2.02?
Yep. I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 first and third liquor license applications for farmers and foragers, 75 Penny Lane with all standard conditions.
We have a motion from Councillor Hanson, or Commissioner Hanson. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded from Commissioner Stromberg. Any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us to item 2.03. May I please have a motion on item 2.03? Commissioner Stromberg, go ahead.
I move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for farmers and foragers, 75 Penny Lane.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Stromberg. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded from Councillor Hanson. Commissioner Hanson, is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Brings us to item 2.04. May I please have a motion on that?
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Stromberg, go ahead.
I move to approve the 2020-2021 third class liquor license application for Tom Girl Kitchen, 266 Pine Street, number 117, with the following conditions: to complete record checks with all standard conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Stromberg. Is there a second to that motion? Second from Commissioner Hanson. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now move to our final item on the for this particular for the local control committee, item 2.05. May I please have a motion on item 2.05? Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outside consumption permit application for Tom Girl Kitchen, 266 Pine Street, number 117, with all the following conditions: complete record checks.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Commissioner Hanson. Second from Commissioner Stromberg. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes. Anyone opposed? I'm sorry. Hearing none, that passes unanimously, and a motion to adjourn is now in order. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Stromberg. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The Local Control Commission is now adjourned at 8:01 p.m. That will bring us back into our regular city council meeting, and we will move right into the deliberative agenda. I'll give you all a chance to flip over screens, and we will go right to item 5.01. Is everybody ready to move into that back to the council agenda? Okay. May I please have a motion on item 5.01? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Okay, I'll move to approve the 2020-2021 outdoor entertainment permit application with all standard conditions.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Mason. Any discussion of this item? Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. Councilor Hanson had mentioned having some new COVID conditions, and I wondered if that applies to this permit or if there's anything, anything with these entertainment permits where that's considered.
Councilor Hanson, do you feel prepared to answer that question? Okay, go right ahead.
Great. Yeah, so the COVID condition that I mentioned, which is compliance with all local and state and federal regulations around COVID, it applies to all the permits that we were dealing with on both on the entertainment permit side as well as the liquor side. So it applies across the board.
Just to confirm that means that when you say standard conditions, that's now included in standard conditions?
I believe that's the change that we made, is that it's now included in standard conditions.
Thank you.
So anybody else have any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we will now move into a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, which will bring us into item 5.02, which is a permitting item, and I believe we have a motion on this, but we will, I think, first hear from CIO, I'm sorry, Lowe, with regards to what it is we're voting on, and then we can move into a motion. So I'll turn it over to CIO Lowe to explain this item and provide some context around it. We heard a little bit about it at Board of Finance, but it's another exciting improvement in terms of the permitting system. So go ahead, CIO.
Hey, thank you very much, Council President Tracy. It's a pleasure to be before you today. I think there are 4 points that might be helpful orientation for the council as they consider the contract before them. The first is that this really is the next phase of the restructuring of the city's permitting system that's been underway with mayor and the council support over the past year or so. This is a new software platform that will replace the city's existing software platform, which is past its end of life and is beyond support. The new system will be easier for residents to access. You'll be able to apply online for a certain subset of permits. It has substantially improved security features, better improvements in how the city will be able to manage data as part of the system. It'll have connections to our enterprise financial system. It'll have connections to our GIS, our city mapping system. And it'll also have what's called integrated plan review, which allows plan review of permits and permit applications to be done concurrently rather than linearly. The third point is that from a revenue perspective, and I'm not sure if Director Bill Ward is on, he's done a great deal to advance this work as well. But from a revenue perspective, we think that had this platform been in place prior to COVID, and there's a good reason why it wasn't, but had this platform been in place prior to COVID, we would have been able to continue to operate the city's permitting system without as much difficulty as we had over the past couple of weeks. Bill and his team have done a great deal of work to keep things moving smoothly, but having a system that allows remote access, remote work, and online applications would have been advantageous. The reason we don't have it in place yet is that we just restructured the city departments and integrated 3 different components from different departments into one new department, and we needed to reestablish workflows in order to put a new IT system in place that made sense. The final and thing that I might raise, pending your questions, is we did from this vendor get a significant discount as well as a result of some negotiating as COVID broke out. So I will stop there, pending any kind of further comment from Mayor or Council President Tracy.
Thank you, CIO Lowe. Are there any questions or comments from councilors?
I had a quick question.
Yeah, Councilor Freeman, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Brian, for that review. I was just curious. It sounds like this is a better system. I tried to do a little bit of research on the this company, basically Viewpoint, and I'm assuming that it's a good system and that it has a good reputation. I didn't see anything that flagged. I just always try to do like a bit of a search if I can. I don't know. It sounds like basically that that the system is strong and they have a good reputation. But I didn't know if you could just not excessively elaborate on it. But I was just curious because I don't have any context for any of these sort of types of programs or this sort of business sector, so to speak.
Hey, happy to, and I will keep it short, Councilor Freeman. I think it's a good question. Maybe 2 points or 3 quick ones. One is just so that the council is aware, Viewpoint was acquired by a company called OpenGov in September of 2019. So just, I want to make sure you all know the entity that we're actually signing the contract with is slightly different than the entity we started the process with. We did extensive research on the entity as well, including reference checks and our own research. Director Ward actually had somebody travel to a city that uses OpenGov to make sure that at the staff level, the program worked, not just from kind of our research and our reference calls with different IT directors, but that for the people doing the work day to day, that the program would work and it would work in the way that we thought it would work for residents as well. So I think the research there has been pretty extensive. It was also part of an open process with 9 different bidders competing, narrowed down to 4, and then finally narrowed down to 1. The contract you see before you tonight.
Thanks. It sounds like it's a positive step. So yeah, appreciate the extra context. Thank you.
There any other councilors wanting to comment on this item or ask questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we should move towards having a motion. Just for your information, there is a motion for the City Council in the bottom of the document that's at the top. Says Enterprise Permitting Replacement OpenGov Contract for City Council Authorization. If you click on that and then go to the bottom of that document, there is a motion there for the City Council. Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
I move to approve and authorize the CIO to enter into contract with OpenGov to implement a new enterprise permitting system for the City of Burlington with a total contract amount of $212,800, subject to review by the CAO.
Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Jang. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Seeing none, or I should say hearing none, that passes unanimously, which brings us, and thank you very much, CIO Lowe, as well as Code Enforcement Director Ward, for all the work that you've done on this. I think this will be a fantastic addition to the work that you've done already on permit reform that will really make things easier for Burlingtonians. So thank you very much for that.
Hey, thank you all.
Okay, we will move into item 5.03, which is communication from Director Spencer regarding the Champlain Parkway project update. Just so that councilors know, we're not taking action on this item this week. We will be having action likely before us at our next meeting. This is really to get us all up to speed and get prepared and ask questions that you might have in advance of that vote next week. So I'll turn it over to Director Spencer. Go ahead. You're on mute, Director Spencer.
Got it. Thank you, President Tracy. Always with the save there. Thank you. I have with me tonight City Engineer Norm Baldwin, Senior Engineer Susan Molzon, and also Attorney John Rose. And Amy or Jordan, if you could make John a panelist. All of them will be joining me in a short presentation of the Champlain Parkway project tonight. There seemed to be 3 reasons why tonight was a good chance to provide an update on the Champlain Parkway project. For one, we welcome new counselors to the project, and this project has had a long history, and it's important to get the new council up to speed. Second, we have some upcoming outreach that we are going to be conducting in June and July, and we wanted the council to be aware of that work. And third, we wanted to give an opportunity to answer your questions the week before we come back to you seeking approval on a contract amendment for the project. That two-step process is not something we've traditionally done, but knowing the new council, they thought this would be an important move. So together with the council support and the administration support over the years, we've made solid progress on this project. And just in the last year, we have gotten utility agreements finalized, right-of-way clearance has been obtained, and we've made good progress with soil management. These are milestones that have put the project in a position where we can be out to bid in 7 or 8 months. Now, we'll talk a little bit about some of the legal challenges that we need to overcome to get to that point. We are confident we can get there. We also are lucky to have a strong alignment with Federal Highway and VTrans on this project, including a commitment to future flexibility. So I think, as you heard in the public forum today, there's a variety of perspectives on the project and the future direction of the South End. And this project doesn't address every issue in the South End. And as a result, we wanted a clear commitment from our partners that future adjustments along this corridor and adjacent to the corridor can be made in the future. So with the presentation tonight, we're going to give you a quick design overview, talk about recent milestones and legal challenges in a bit more detail, and then discuss next steps before opening it up for questions. And I want to say to counselors who have been around the block a few times and may have seen more than one briefing on the project, there are some new images tonight and some new material, so keep a lookout for that. So Susan is going to share her screen. And you can click through to the next slide, Susan. Thank you. So project has a purpose and need statement, and this is the frame of the project. And the purpose and need encompasses a number of these goals. One is to connect the I-189 and Route 7 interchange to downtown. But it also more locally talks about improving circulation and mobility and safety on our local streets in the project area. And notably as well, reducing truck traffic from the local street network. Next. This project has had a long history and it predates the city managing this project. The state managed the project for a couple decades prior to 1998, when the city council and the administration agreed to be the project manager to drive this project to completion. And since that time, the council and the administration have worked well together to bring forward a number of cooperative agreement amendments. The cooperative agreement really is the tool that describes the partnership between VTrans and Federal Highway and the city. In addition, we've brought forward a number of contract amendments with our contracting team that is advancing this project. And through this good partnership, through many administrations, this has become a much improved project, a multimodal design, 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. And we'll go over some of those details in a bit. In 2019, thanks to your support, the City Council approved an amendment to the cooperative agreement that programmed the remaining construction funding for this project. That was an exciting milestone. And with this cooperative agreement in place, it does have a number of parameters around how we work with our partners. As we will discuss later on, our partners pay for 98% of the project cost, with the city on the hook for 2%. And they want to make sure that we are honest brokers in moving this important project forward. So as you note at the bottom, there are repayment provisions, and we can talk about those in greater detail should any of the parties choose to discontinue the project. So this is the project area. North is to your right. and Lake Champlain to the top of your screen. The I-189 and Route 7 interchange is being highlighted down there with a pointer. And the project starts at that location in the southerly area and continues northward on New Street alignment all the way up to Lakeside Avenue, where it transitions to existing streets on Lakeside Avenue and up Pine Street all the way to Main Street. Senior Engineer Susan Malzahn and City Engineer Norm Baldwin will give you a more detailed overview at this time. Susan.
Thank you. So starting at the south end of the project at the 189 interchange, the project continues along to Home Avenue. Here's a rendering of this section of the project. You can see the road transitions to a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, which is the citywide speed limit, and has one lane of traffic in each direction. Continuing north from Home Avenue up to Lakeside Avenue. This section as well has 2 lanes of traffic. There are traffic signals at Home Avenue, Flynn Avenue, and Sears Lane. On the east side of the roadway is a 10-foot wide shared use path and on-street bicycle facilities with shared bike lanes throughout this section of the project. And this project also incorporates new LED lighting and street trees. This is a rendering of the project just south of Flynn Avenue. You can see on-road bike facilities and the continuation of the shared use path on the east side, which is the right-hand side of the screen. Continuing north from Flynn Avenue, between Flynn Ave and Sears Lane, 2 lanes of traffic, again, it's staying at 25 miles an hour, continues on this corridor. And there's also stormwater treatment practices, as you can see just west of the roadway, which is on the left side of your screen. We have stormwater treatment contributing to the Anglesby Brook watershed. And along this section, there's also improvements at the rail crossings. So this is an image from a picture from Home Avenue rail crossing. There are plans for upgrades, a number of safety improvements, including new gates and new sidewalk and pedestrian access. This is an older picture, but at the Flynn Avenue rail crossing. And the project also includes similar upgrades at this rail crossing, including new gates and better pedestrian access.
Isn't left off Lakeside Avenue and Pine Street. So this, if you follow the pointer on the left side, is Lakeside Avenue short segment from the new segment of the Parkway, Lakeside Avenue to Pine Street, and then the link to Pine Street to this box area to the right, which is the downtown core. And the limits of this yellow line is Main Street and Pine itself. Next slide. This is a list of construction details specific to that segment of Lakeside Avenue and Pine Street. This is really just a redevelopment of the existing space with some significant changes as it relates to pedestrian and bike improvements. Particular to that is a shared use path that continues on Lakeside Avenue on the north side. Sorry, can you go back, please? So there's a long list of things here. Effectively, we have a shared use path that goes the length of the north side of Lakeside Avenue to Kilburn Street, up Pine Street, and becomes a shared use path. Or share the road route from Kilburn north to Main Street. And then also a number of sidewalk improvements along that entire corridor. So I'm not going to go through the entire list, but that's effectively what we have here on that segment. So next slide. An important part of the improvements that Paper referenced was really trying to improve pedestrian access along Pine Street corridor.
Having a little trouble here.
Sorry, my mic is not great on this laptop. So along Pine Street, we proposed some design changes that included Tabled intersections to improve safety at crossings. This is the image at Pine and Howard. Next slide. This is the shared use path I was referencing. And that's along Pine Street itself near Maltex and BCA Studios. Next. Again, another tabled intersection at, at Kilburn and Pine. Next slide. And this is the share the road bike, but there's also, you can see to the left, there's new sidewalks, so on and so forth, and a buffered space. Next slide. This is just an image of the existing condition, which is obviously not a great condition, and you can see there's a considerable amount of use along the Pine Street in front of Myers Bagels. Next slide. And you can also see the weird infrastructure that exists along Pine Street that's been waiting for this project to occur and avoid the city's reinvestment in these systems. But we are so close to achieving the objective of replacing these sidewalks, and we really want to make this happen. Next slide. Along with some of the improvements in the design, we also actually made some improvements to the existing condition by installing these rapid flashing beacons, which have been the starting point to making use of rapid flashing beacons in the city. They've been very successful. Dealer.com has a considerable number of employees that use the facility at the former bus facility that you see on the left side of the image. Next slide. And then here's the general overview of the street and its design with bump outs, crossings, and all those markings and improvements that we've seen as a visual image. This is particularly the King Street and Maple Street neighborhood itself. Next. And then this is the details along with the project. Synchronized traffic signals to improve traffic flow. All turning movements are accounted for or provided. Continuous pedestrian facilities along Pine Street. Brick-colored crosswalks at Pine and Maple, Pine and King, all intersections that have a lot of pedestrian activity in itself. On-road bike facility accommodations. There's a number of bike facilities along the core that vary, but largely is a shared use path. And we're attempting to save and retain as much on-street parking as possible. Next. Key improvement to this intersections within the Pine and Maple and Pine and King intersection is the installation of new traffic signals that don't exist here today that provide positive control to traffic and help to service the pedestrian needs of that neighborhood. Along with that is the city was proposed to use exclusive pedestrian phasing, which is effectively stopping all traffic and allowing pedestrians to go singularly. As I mentioned earlier, curb extensions along the corridor at where possible, where space allows. There's also emergency vehicle preemption and traffic signal prioritization. Emergency vehicle preemption is for a fire apparatus to respond along the corridor, and transit signal prioritization is for servicing transit vehicles along that corridor as well to give them a priority. Next slide. This is the image of how that signal will look at Pine and Maple. You can see the pedestal mounted signalization and scale to human factors that make it more aesthetically pleasing than if we were to do span wire structures. Next slide. Again, similar circumstance at Pine and King. Improved crosswalks, improved static, and the like. Next slide. This is what I refer to as emergency preemption. Fire apparatus approaches the intersection, has a a device on their vehicle that provides a strobe, which initiates the green light for the signal and for fire apparatus to proceed to the intersection safely without impacting potentially any cars who are unaware, stopping traffic on all sides. Next slide. Transit signal priority, though not as responsive as the fire preemption, it does provide them a greater priority, and there is algorithms within the traffic control programming that gives them priority over the normal passenger vehicle, other vehicles in the corridor. Next slide. So pass this on to Chapin.
Thank you, Norm. So the last year has been a productive one for us, and you can see here that we've reached a number of milestones that are quite significant towards getting any project to construction. The utility agreements of working with several telecommunication, electrical, and other utilities to align their infrastructure for the project has been reached. The right-of-way certification means that all rights for properties, both for temporary easements as well as permanent easements, have been secured. We have a corrective action plan for dealing with the contaminated soils along the route. And as we discussed in the earlier part of the presentation, we have a cooperative agreement amendment in place that continues the project through to construction. And we had a successful neighborhood meeting and a series of meetings at local community organizations around the King and Maple neighborhoods last fall. And then in November, thanks to the council's support, we were able to execute a construction inspection contract for the project as well. So project funding, as has been discussed, many are familiar with this. This project is funded on a 95-3-2 split, 95% federal, 3% state, and 2% local. The cooperative agreement that was signed last year commits funding through construction, including the construction costs. That said, there are funds and activities that are not eligible for the 95-3-2 split. Those activities that are listed here that include soil management, some utility undergrounding, some of the pedestrian enhancements are costs that the city itself needs to pay for. And so when you add the 2.5 million of non-eligible expenses on top of our local match, the total city participation is around $3.4 million. Next. So I'll turn it over to John Rose to provide a brief overview of legal challenges, and then we'll wrap up and offer council opportunity for questions.
Great. I think I'm unmuted now. So yeah, just briefly, the project has been defending legal challenges to some of its permits over the last number of years. The project has successfully defended challenges to its Act 250 permit and several wetlands permits that were brought and defended those appeals through the Vermont Supreme Court and prevailed on those. I think there were three different challenges there that have been successfully resolved. Just this past December, we resolved a number of issues related to the project's stormwater permit. There are two issues that we won at the environmental court in that case that are now on appeal at the Vermont Supreme Court. We expect briefing on those cases to begin later in May, I believe. There are outstanding appeals of the City Council's necessity decision, and that's the decision that acquired some minor property interests necessary to complete the project. There were a couple of challenges to that decision. Those challenges were dismissed at the lower court level. They were appealed also to the Vermont Supreme Court, and those cases have been briefed and argued, and we're expecting a decision on those cases anytime now. And finally, there was a federal lawsuit filed by the Pine Street Coalition against the Federal Highway Administration, primarily under the National Environmental Policy Act. That case has been stayed in court while the Federal Highway Administration conducts some additional environmental justice review with the city, and that process is ongoing. And while that process is ongoing, the federal case is stayed. We're not sure what the impact of that will be yet, but as of now, that case is still pending in the federal court. And that's the legal update.
Great. So to wrap it up, the next steps for the project include finalizing the contract plans and the bid documents. And as John talked about, resolving the outstanding litigation. Federal Highway will be issuing the limited scope draft supplemental environmental impact statement. And it's anticipated in the next month or two for that to be issued. And there will be some additional public outreach at that time to get input on the limited scope draft supplemental EIS. That public hearing, there will be public engagement and a public hearing, so there will be multiple opportunities for the public to be engaged. And the final LS SEIS we expect this fall, and to be able to get the project out to bid later this fall for a spring 2021 construction start. And the last slide is just our contact information. We'll be reaching out to the 3 new city councilors and offering opportunity to meet to go over this in any detail they would like. There is a wealth of information on the ChamplainParkway.com website. Current plans, all our council communications are there, and look forward to the questions. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Director Spencer. Appreciate the presentation from you, as well as the other folks on from DPW. Very much appreciate that. We'll now open the floor to councilors for questions. I saw Councilor Jang, and then I see Councilor Hightower. Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Chaplain Spencer, Director, and also the team for this great presentation. Mr. Rose, thank you. And I think I have to start by saying how grateful we should be about the graphics that you guys provided today. Because most of the time we have a culture of talking about streets and projects without no visuals. But I think the visuals you provided today are amazing. Thank you so much. And as you know, there are a lot of pending issues, especially that are legal, you know, and it seems the project construction, or at least part of it, will start by the spring of 2021. And we have received various requests to put this item again to TUCS, Transportation Utility Committee, to have further discussion in there. And I also know that you guys have a plan in community engagement, in also communication with the respective populations, and was just wondering, what do you think of that idea of referring this issue to the TUCS committee for further exploration? And as it was mentioned, also some great ideas will always come out of it. What do you think, Director Spencer?
Sure, thanks for the question, Councilor Jang. As it relates to the contract amendment, which is scheduled to come before you next week, that is an urgent matter. We have made a commitment. The administration, as well as recent councilors, have expressed a desire to have the city authorize contract amendments prior to expending funds that are not yet under contract. I think it is important, especially during these times, for us to be fiscally prudent and not to be spending 98% other people's money without signed contracts. And the work that our consultant team has done has gotten to the point where they are nearly out of funds. And it is important for us to keep the momentum going and this project moving. And therefore, we need to keep them under contract and working. And that is not only important for keeping the momentum for their standpoint, but also for our partners. Our partners, fair to say, want to get this project completed and done off their books. This project has been a long time in construction, and the VTrans and Federal Highway who are paying for the lion's share of this project do not want to see the city ease up on advancing this important project. That said, we are more than happy to talk at the TUC and to go over our upcoming engagement plans and talk about any details about the project that the TUC would be interested in. The whole point of doing a two-step process with the council was to hopefully get a chance to answer your questions in advance of a vote on the contract amendment next week.
Yeah. Yeah. So President Tracy, can I still speak? Yeah.
The floor is yours,
think,
Councilor Jang.
yeah, thank you. And I think my question was just very specific, whether or not, what do they think of bringing it to TUC for further discussions? And I think it is also imperative to highlight that we're talking about next week. And I think with all the legal issues that are pending, almost all of them are pending, especially from the Federal Highway, who deemed this project as not environmentally fit. And I don't think if we have a rule from them yet, if this project need to move forward, maybe Mr. John Rose can speak to that. It was not clear to me if we received the green light from the Federal Highway to move forward with the project.
Sure. I guess I wouldn't characterize it as the federal government saying the project isn't environmentally fit. There's a federal statute that requires a certain amount of federal environmental review. And I think what the federal government has done is just said we need to do a little bit more review to make sure we're okay with the project as it is. And that's the process that we're in right now. And as Chapin mentioned, I think that process would be anticipated to be relatively complete by June or July.
So, and I think lastly, many questions, but I approve definitely the motion. And if any motion comes forward to move it to TUC for further discussion, I would really vote for it to do so. But lastly, this is a question for Mr. Mayor or also Mr. Chapin Spencer, if they can speak to a related issue about this. How do we connect the project with Battery Street? Battery Street, yes. I think there were talks, some contamination in one part of the soil is contaminated, and they were waiting for some federal funds. But I was just wondering if you have any update on that particular aspect.
Great, thanks, Councilor Jang. There is a separate project called the Rail Yard Enterprise Project, which the administration launched in 2012 in partnership with VTrans. It has a separate purpose and need. Its goals are to enhance street connectivity in that southwest corner of downtown to connect Pine to Battery, also to enhance multimodal access in that area, and importantly, encourage some economic development in that area of underutilized parcels. We have, at the city, worked with the RPC and the state. The RPC is the Regional Planning Commission, to do a supplemental scoping of the Rail Yard Enterprise Project. You all, a couple of years ago, saw 3 alternatives and voted to have those alternatives progress into a federally funded NEPA process, the National Environmental Policy Act process. We wanted to see if we could advance the project more quickly by using state and local funds only. And so we embarked on a supplemental scoping effort. That effort has been completed. We look forward to meeting with the TUC soon to go over that. The quick results are that it really is not economically feasible from staff's perspective to do this as a local and state funded project. The estimate is coming in at $18 million plus to do the project to connect Pine to Battery. It's a relatively short stretch of road with a lot of complications. There are stormwater issues, there are contamination issues, there are historic resources, some underground, some above ground. By the time, and some rail yard conflicts. And by the time you work through those various conflicts, we do not believe it is a project that can be done without federal participation. So we look forward to presenting that to you. On the positive side, the Agency of Transportation has committed significant federal funds to that project once it goes through the federal process. So we look forward to bring that information to you in the coming weeks.
Thank you.
All set, Councillor Jang?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Hightower to be followed by Councillor Paulino. Councillor Hightower, you have the floor.
Great, thanks. Thank you for the presentation. And I am cognizant of the fact that you are giving new counselors the space to speak with you this week, so I don't want to take up too much time, but just a few questions on, especially around the costs you were talking about. I think you had the total kind of projected cost. What happens if the project ends up being over cost or running over? Like, what, does the breakdown stay the same? What are the obligations surrounding that?
Sure, I'll start and then ask Norm to follow up. We have a cooperative agreement that spells out our arrangement. We have adjusted the cooperative agreement through those amendments that the council has approved over the years as situations change. So to date, this project has continued at the 95-3-2 funding split. There are very few projects remaining that are at that funding split. Most projects are at 80-20 or 50-50. And so if there were any effort to cancel this project and seek to restart another, it would not be at a 95-3-2 funding split.
Sorry, I more meant if costs were running over, if we, okay.
Yes, the history has been we've brought amendments through to the council with VTrans and Federal Highway being in concurrence that have increased the contract, the cooperative agreement amount to proceed with the project. And I fully suspect that our partners would participate if there are legitimate reasons and cost pressures to continue their support of this project. Norm, anything to add?
I would just say that it's a function of competitive bid and what the numbers come in at. And obviously this design has gone through extensive review in terms of how we manage soils and what our local match obligations are. And I think we've had it pretty well dialed in as much as you can without bidding the work. Obviously, as longer you wait to have this project go ahead, there's cost escalations to consider, but Federal Highway and City of Vermont, I think, are behind this project to see it through and get it done. And it's just a function of us getting it out to bid, getting the pricing in, and then going back through those numbers and understanding is there continued commitment by both partner organizations in the city.
Great. And then one other follow-up question on that, if that's okay, President Tracy.
Yeah, go right ahead.
You also talked about the 2.5 unallowable, or I think you called them ineligible costs. Are those all pre-planned costs that are kind of still upcoming, or are those any costs that we already incurred and they're just not allowable? Did we make them consciously, or some of those quote unquote things that we thought would be eligible but aren't?
They're prospective costs in the future.
Great, thank you.
And those are based on going through design iterations with the community and hearing what people have been interested in adding and what safety enhancements and design details that the community was seeking, the tabled intersections, and some of the other components.
Decorative
lighting, anything over a base level of lighting is our responsibility. So those are costs that the community needs to pay for 100%. And I should be clear that this, please continue.
Oh, no, go ahead.
This scope of work that you'll be seeing next week is to conduct a lot of the engagement that we talked about in June and July with the community around environmental justice considerations in the King and Maple neighborhoods. So our consultants won't be able to go through the process that we very much want to of engaging the public and getting feedback and specific to the environmental justice considerations unless we have this contract in place.
Mm-hmm. And then my last question is, how does this kind of, what I understand to be kind of the supplemental EIS process, how does that compare cost-wise to kind of a more full EIS process?
This is a limited scope environmental impact statement, and it is just a couple of month process and very narrowly focused. I can't speak to the cost of a full EIS. I know it's in the millions of dollars. Norm can get me that, but it is more a question of timeline. And we're talking from the point where the record of decision for the EIS was issued in 2010 for this project, we're now at 2020. It's been 10 years. That is not an unusual time horizon to deal with complex federally funded projects.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Hightower. I have Councillor Paulino to be followed by Councillor Shannon. If others are interested in getting in the queue, please let me know. Councillor Paulino, you have the floor.
So I'm happy to continue to discuss the Parkway at Tukes. I just want to put that out there. Getting project updates, as Council President Tracy knows, we've had periodic updates from Director Spencer. So my question, though, is one of the things that I'd like to know, and this is not something that needs to be answered today, is, you know, what alternative funding sources can we explore for that 3.4 million down the road? You know, the entity that comes to mind is South Burlington, just for their initial benefits from the two new, you know, their traffic flow. I would imagine that there's some kind of argument there that there should be some contribution on their end for such a minimal amount respective to the full amount of the project. And I guess my last question was, my other question was to Director Spencer's, you know, is this similar to the Shelburne Roundabout where, you know, we have to essentially create a project that has certain federal requirements in order to get their funding? Like, we can't just like change it because, you know, we don't like this. In order to get that funding, don't we have to meet certain criteria on their end? I mean, it was similar to the roundabout where there were like 5 different scenarios, but in order to get the federal funding, we had to go with what was there.
Yes, in terms of the funding, we are pursuing various funding options with the contaminated soils. We're looking at the Petroleum Cleanup Fund and whether we can use some state funds for petroleum cleanup. As you'll see in the next presentation regarding the construction work coming up next season, we are holding a portion of street capital funds for the local match for this project. And we are, with any of our capital projects, seeking alternative funding mechanisms. As we have presented to South Burlington, Norm and I presented to South Burlington, I think about 2 years ago. They do not see the community benefit to this project the way that the city of Burlington does. It just doesn't connect their community the way it connects our community. So I think it's highly unlikely to get their participation on this project. As it relates to the VTrans criteria or the federal criteria, those are well detailed in all of our legal agreements, including the cooperative agreement, and there are specific protocols. As we requested VTrans send you a communication, as you'll see in your packet, VTrans has stated clearly that scrapping the EIS at this point and restarting with a new EIS would basically mean that the project was being canceled, and that their position is that they would seek the repayment of federal funds to the tune of $14 million.
You all set, Councilor Paulino?
I do have one clarification. I know that some of this was discussed at a certain point in executive session, possibly, so I want to be careful. But can you clarify, Director Spencer, the comment regarding the new assessment regarding the economic and social justice standards? And I would add to that question, but I don't recall if what I would say was discussed at executive session or not. But my recollection is that it's an old decision that they've chosen to revise, not necessarily because essentially outdated.
Federal Highway has some updated guidance, and for the detail on that, I'll turn over to John Rose and Susan Molson.
Yeah, Councilor Polino, essentially what happened was since the last record of decision was issued, Federal Highway Administration and the Department of Transportation issued new guidance on how to address environmental justice impacts of federally sponsored projects. And Federal Highway determined recently that it needed to follow that guidance or run through that guidance with respect to this project to update their analysis from 2010, which was before the most recent guidance was updated.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Paulino?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have Councilor Shannon to be followed by Councilor Hanson. If others are interested in getting in the queue, let me know. See you, Councilor Mason. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I have a few questions. It was noted in the presentation that all turning movements are allowed at all intersections. And I thought that that was kind of an interesting thing to highlight. And I wondered why that was highlighted, as if like maybe they weren't going to all be allowed at some point. But when it comes to, when considering the King Maple neighborhood, there have been some conversations. I wouldn't say they were necessarily very serious conversations, but I think they're worthwhile conversations about possible one-way streets in that area that might help improve the traffic flow. And there was a slide of the Maple Pine intersection that showed, I believe that the slide was looking northbound from Pine Street, and it did not show a turning lane there. That maybe that's an error in the representation on the slide. My understanding was that there would be a turning lane at the Maple and Pine intersection. I am not sure that that works. So I'm interested to find out if that changed and why the emphasis on all turning movements are allowed, and also why there are traffic lights planned for the King Maple neighborhood. And I think that this is the neighborhood that we're very concerned about when we move forward with this project. The traffic lights are supposed to relieve the traffic in that neighborhood, and that neighborhood could use that traffic relief yesterday rather than tomorrow. So when do you think, it's always been my hope that that can be the first step in starting the project. So those are somewhat interrelated questions. So I'll leave you with that package for the moment.
Chapin, you'd like me to answer that?
Yeah, I'll start off by saying that the plan for the phasing at this point is to start north and go south for the project. Basically, the goal is to create the receiving facility by the time the project is connected to I-189, and not to construct a southern section of the project has been done before and then not have the northern section ready. As it relates to the King and Maple neighborhood, I have been pleased over the last 5 years to have reinvested more in that neighborhood than likely any other neighborhood in Burlington. We have comprehensively overhauled streets, both King and Maple. We have done the Great Streets project on St. Paul. Bump outs have been added, public spaces have been created, and significant subterranean infrastructure has all been renovated to enhance the resiliency of our utilities. So we take the vitality and the continued vitality of that neighborhood very seriously. The intersection of Pine and Maple, you asked about turning lanes. Going northbound on Pine, there is no left left-hand turning lane onto Maple Street. That's for a number of reasons. One, it's to limit the number of cut-through traffic movements through neighborhoods. Two, as part of the Champlain Parkway project, Maple Street will be removed as a truck route. And we do not want trucks traveling through Maple Street once the project's completed. So discouraging that movement's number two. And then three, we have been committed to enhancing the multimodal connectivity of this project. And I've been pleased to add a lot of pedestrian and bike components and transit components into this project since I became director. And this section would have buffered bike lanes from the termination of the shared use path at Kilburn up to the downtown at Maple Street. So all those three factors together, plus the traffic modeling, indicated that it did not need that left-hand turning lane, that we are progressing accordingly. We want to encourage people to travel up to Main Street to be making a left-hand turn onto on a higher road classification that can handle that traffic.
Did you just say that no left turns are allowed onto Maple from Pine?
No, we're seeking to discourage the commercial left-hand turns. The left-hand
Oh,
turns.
so you won't allow, you'll permit it, but there are no trucks allowed.
Correct.
On Maple.
Yes.
That is huge news to me. And I think I follow this pretty closely. So I'm not sure when that happened, but kudos to you. That is really awesome.
We're pleased.
Yeah, thank you. I find that actually stunning. So that's a really huge improvement in that neighborhood.
We agree.
Then the other question I have relates to the issues being raised by the Pine Street Coalition. And one of the things that I wanted some clarity on is that the record of decision, the ROD has been retracted because of this lawsuit. And I was told that because the ROD was retracted, that we can make changes to that opens up an opportunity to make changes to the EIS. I understand that what they're proposing would, with the road ending on Flynn Avenue, would require a new EIS. And I'm hoping that maybe John Rose can speak to if that is accurate to say that the ROD being retracted opens up new opportunities with the EIS, and that there would not be any significant delay if we did make changes to the EIS at this point in time.
I think that's probably a question for the city as well as me, but the simple fact that the ROD was rescinded does mean there could be a new EIS, but that the problem there is that doing so would essentially restart the project and restart a lot of work that's been sort of settled for the last more than a decade now. Because anytime you make changes that need to be reassessed, that alter the analysis of a previous environmental review, you need to reassess all the alternatives that are relevant to those changes. So in rescinding the ROD recently, like I said earlier, the decision was made because of a very limited issue related to environmental justice, the updated guidance, and the need to make sure that the population data was up to date. There was no sort of consideration at that time, at least in the public documents associated with the rescission, of any additional changes to the project. So that would be a separate process and would start an entire new environmental review under federal law.
Didn't the letter from VTrans just tell us that a new EIS would be deemed withdrawing from this project?
Yeah, that's the second problem with a new EIS. So federal highway, there are provisions under federal law that require projects to be done in a certain amount of time. Federal highway has control over whether funding for projects that aren't done in that certain amount of time need to be repaid. VTrans and Federal Highway have taken the position that opening up a new EIS in this case would trigger those repayment provisions. And that's the $14 million that Chapin referred to earlier.
And ending the road on Flynn Avenue would trigger a new EIS.
That's our assessment, yes.
It's just your assessment, or is there
well, it's
that's
that's certainly VTrans' and Federal Highway's assessment, and we think that that's correct.
It was not one of the alternatives that was studied during the environmental impact statement work 10 years ago, and therefore it would be a new alternative that would need to be studied and therefore go back to a new EIS.
okay. And when did the shared use path come into the project? I don't know if you know the answer to that. Just if you know the answer to that.
Norm, you probably have the best recollection. It was around 2005, 2007.
When they went back to redoing the EIS itself with a new alternative.
So that's been only in the project since the latest EIS.
I believe so.
Okay. And is it possible to get a separate bike lane in addition to the shared use path?
There are a number of different sections of this project. I think it's important to note that the shared use path from Lakeside Avenue South all the way to South Burlington has a very few street crossings. I think for a good 3/4 of a mile, there may be 4 crossings, 4 conflict points for that shared use path. It is separated from traffic. Once it gets to Lakeside and Pine Street, it becomes a more urban area. And each section of roadway is different. We fought and successfully got bike access on that section south of Lakeside Avenue to Home Avenue. Previously, the bikes were prohibited from that section. We successfully lowered the speed limit, narrowed the curb radii, and got VTrans and Federal Highway comfortable with on-road bike access. The cross sections of the road are such that there is not room, to my understanding, to fit a traditional bike lane in addition to the shared use path along the corridor. But we did, to extend the shared use path up into downtown, did adjust the design to remove on-street parking from that section of Pine Street between Kilburn and Maple to have buffered bike lanes continue the shared use path up into downtown.
Okay, so I actually was thinking about the shared use path from Lakeside to Main Street, and that was that originally in the 2010 EIS, or was that added?
We need to double check. I know it was added to the project since 2000, and I'm not exactly sure when as it relates to the.
I think it was 2009, 2010, but
okay.
We can confirm.
Yeah.
Okay. So in order to get like a buffered bike lane in addition to the shared use path, there's not room in the right of way to do that. Is that correct to say, or?
There would, it's all a trade-off and a balance. The right-of-way is constrained. There is proposed to remain the on-street parking on the east side of Pine Street, in front of Speeder and Earls, in front of dealer.com. We're making choices about how to allocate the space in that roadway. Should on-street parking in the future be needed less, then we could have a conversation about different uses of that space.
And can you speak to how much we can change both in terms of, within the right of way and the built environment in terms of use, both with changes to parking and changes to like at Maple and King, if we wanted to make those one-way streets? How constrained are we by agreements in this project?
Right, that's the nice thing about the future flexibility letter that we secured in 2016 from the state of Vermont. basically saying that they will allow us to make changes in the project corridor once the project's complete.
Great. Thank you.
I'll second Councilor Shannon.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have Councilor Hanson to be followed by Councilor Mason. If there are other councilors who want to get in the queue, please let me know. Go ahead, Councilor Hanson.
Great, thanks. Some of this is going to be kind of following off of some of Councilor Shannon's questions. So yeah, I feel this, I mean, in general, I think we're putting a lot more public dollars, federal, state, and local, towards car infrastructure rather than, you know, bike and pedestrian and other infrastructure. And unfortunately, I don't feel that this project is an exception to that, although there are some enhancements for those other modes. And I did want to ask a little bit more about that. So with the on-road bicycle facilities that were referenced a few times, it sounds like it's a bit of a patchwork, but the ones that were being shown in reference, were those just sharrows essentially?
Yeah, there was a shared use path north of Kilburn connecting to Main Street. Not shared use path, sorry. Shared lane from Kilburn Street north to Main Street. Sharrows.
Right. Norm's talking about the section between Maple and Main. Between Kilburn and Maple will be buffered bike lanes, and that was added into the design based on public input to help get people from the shared use path that ends at Kilburn into downtown on a facility.
Got it. Okay. So if someone's riding on the shared use path, they then can go to the buffered bike lane to Maple, and then once you hit Maple, they would then need to share the road with cars.
You're in the downtown street grid, 25-mile-an-hour zone, shared lane.
Okay. And then the buffers that were being shown in the images, in some of the images, it looked like there were some buffers where there wasn't actually a bike lane, but there was a buffer. I was a little confused by some of those renderings. Could you explain that?
Yes, Susan may be able to pull it up. Basically, we had received requests from the community to slow traffic down along Pine Street. It's a long straight corridor. And by tightening the travel lanes to, I believe it's 11 feet in a cross section, we were able to paint the door zone and narrow the roadway to provide a tighter feel as it led into the raised intersections.
Mm-hmm. And are bicyclists meant to use that painted buffer or
no?
Okay.
That is what's shown here is a 3 to 4 foot painted area that is meant to encourage motorists to park tight to the curb, to make the travel lane appear narrower, and to slow down traffic.
Got it. Okay, that'll be an interesting feature to lay out in a way where, so that bicyclists don't think it's a bike lane, because it's positioned and kind of looks and feels like a bike lane, which unfortunately many bike lanes are right in that door zone. But okay, and then the bus preemption, I thought that was potentially exciting. Can you give any more detail on that and how that's used?
Sure.
What the benefit of that is for transit?
So there is the similar Opticon, I guess, transmitter receivers that when a bus approaches an intersection, it's identified within that main corridor and is given a preferred green time for that approach to service that transit vehicle and allow traffic to continue to move without, servicing side street traffic. So it's not the same high level as, say, fire preemption, where all side streets are stopped and green continues on the corridor that the fire apparatus is pursuing or traveling through, but it does give them more green time to extend their signal time for that approach. So it gives them a little more of a boost than, say, a normal car or any other mode of transportation.
Mm-hmm. is that based on, I know we're oversimplifying like maybe a complicated algorithm, but is it focused, is it basically if there's not too much of a backup on a side street, the bus would still be able to flow, but if there's enough of a backup, maybe it doesn't get the priority?
Right. There's a intelligence to the intersections in terms of the detection and the volume of traffic, and it uses that to decide, can we give more green time to this approach that's servicing the transit vehicle?
Great. Well, that's good to hear. And so just to clarify quickly on the cost piece, that 2% match, we're expecting that to come in at about 900,000. Is that right?
Yeah, Susan, do you want to deal with the finances of this the closest?
Yep, sure. So yes, that 900,000's roughly the 2% match, and we mentioned the $2.5 million expected in ineligible costs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. And so my final question, I think it dovetails a little bit off of Councilor Shannon. We've been talking about how this project has evolved and changed a lot, and I think there have been a lot of improvements that have been highlighted. If we did want to take it further and improve it even a little bit more, what leeway do we have to do that? I understand that you've reiterated that once it's built, we can still make changes. But my question is, what leeway do we have to make changes now, still pre actual construction, if any?
Right. Thank you. The Agency of Transportation made it clear to us, 3-4 years ago, that it was probably 6 years ago now, that when we looked at Pine Street and made some of the changes to the raised intersections to narrowing the curb radii, they said you could work within changes that did not impact the time of the project, the cost of the project, or the permitting of the project. And within the bounds that we had to work within, we maximized what we could do on every front. This project has contract plans developed. We have turned over every stone we can to make this the best project it can be. And within the permitting constraints that were presented to us, we have made this the strongest project it can be. And I feel like, having seen the time and effort that we've put into evaluating every corner of the project, that we've done that work. I'm not familiar with a significant change that we could make at this time that didn't impact either the time, the cost, or the permitting for our partners.
Mm-hmm. So if we wanted to, for example, you mentioned the example of removing parking on a greater portion of the street to add bike lanes, would that be doable or not until after the project is constructed, that type of a change?
Norm, Susan, you want to add in on that?
Yeah, I think the answer is we'd be well advised not to do that at this stage, given that we'd be at risk of impacting the schedule of the project. It's one thing if the Federal Highway decides through some process that they think that changes need to be made, but for us to do that, I think we'd be at risk. Certainly there's opportunity after this project, and I think VTrans to date has been very open to doing that.
Okay, that's all very helpful, and appreciate as well Director Spencer taking time outside of the meeting to connect and answer questions. I feel like I understand it a lot better than I did even a couple of days ago. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. I have Councilor Mason in the queue, and that's all I have in the queue. So if anyone else is interested in getting in, please let me know. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will try to be quick, but first question is sort of following up on the mitigation. My read of the Agency of Transportation letter on page 2 is that the only changes that their design changes are going to permit are those, mitigation required based on the environmental justice review. Is that a fair reading of that letter and understanding of the only changes that will be permissible on a going forward basis?
That is what we had understood from our partners, and for your benefit, we thought it would carry more weight if our partners told you that directly, which is why we requested the letter for you.
Okay. I appreciate that, because that is not, I think as Councilor Shannon first asked, that is not the message that we're getting from certain members of the community who are articulating that because of the withdrawal of the ROD, it's fair game for us to make any changes. And I think the public is legitimately confused. You know, who should we be believing? So thank you for clarifying that. I want to make one clarifying point. I'm not sure who covered it, but if you were to move forward, or at least ask for the new design, let's just say, being advocated by certain members, there was a discussion of the potential consequences on the 14 million. But I just want to also clarify, my understanding is if we were to move forward with that, we would be losing the 95.32% funding. Is that a fair, and looking at either an 80-20 or a 50-50, which you're looking at the same numbers I am, my read is that would kill, that would in essence kill the Champlain Parkway in the current funding environment. I mean, I'm not suggesting, but would be an uphill battle.
Yes, the 95-3-2 funding split continues for this project only.
Okay.
And the EIS is based on a narrow range of alternatives that they looked at, from a no build to this alignment to an alignment that went through the rail yard and connected to Battery Street.
Thank you. And I guess my last question is for Attorney Rose, if he may. There, in the letter we received that was on consent agenda, and I think Mr. Reddington alluded to this in his comments in public forum. Mr. Rose, could you maybe speak to the delay, in terms of they're pointing to the fact that nothing has happened, in some period of time. Could you maybe explain why, and just confirm my understanding that we're pushing this as expeditiously as possible?
Yeah, the city's moving things forward as quickly as possible. So the delay that they referred to in the litigation, they said they haven't filed anything in the litigation, that the ongoing review is still happening. It's technically true that the court has stayed that litigation pending the Federal Highway Administration environmental review.
I see.
I understand. So it's really the Federal Highway Administration is driving the process right now. In terms of the review it wants to see happen in that area. And some public outreach I know has been complicated because of the current crisis. And there were been some other hangups during that review, but the federal case is kind of sitting, waiting for that review to be completed.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you. That's all I have, President Tracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Are there any other councilors interested in speaking? Okay, seeing none, we will close down that item. Thank you for all the great questions and all of the answers as well from the DPW team. But we don't go anywhere, because you're next on the next agenda item. Big DPW night tonight. So we'll move right into our last item on the agenda, which is the construction update for this construction season. So again, I'll turn it over to Director Spencer for an overview of what to expect this construction season.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm noticing it in the council packet was a communication posted yesterday, and then we have a brief presentation for you at this time. And I was focused on the Parkway one and didn't have a moment to pivot. I believe Rob Goulding was going to put up the presentation for me. Hold on one sec. So if Jordan, you could give Rob panelist privileges so he could share the presentation.
One moment. Sorry about that.
Yep, no problem at all.
Welcome, Rob.
And I also have with
Rob
me.
in the meeting.
I can see him with video, Jordan.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hi, everybody.
Okay. So
Great.
it looks like we have Rob on now. Director Spencer, are you?
Yeah, I can tee this off while we're waiting for the presentation. Given everything that's going on with COVID, we have traditionally presented our annual construction work plan to the council, to the TUC, to the commission and the NPAs. We'd usually come to you after we've hit the other committees. Given the significant interest in all of our work and how we are moving forward during this pandemic, we have taken the opportunity to come to you tonight with a quick construction season preview. And I have with me Assistant Director Megan Moyer, City Engineer Norm Baldwin, and Public Information Manager Rob Goulding, as well as a number of other of our staff in case there's particular questions. I'm really pleased to just point out that this is a big week for us in getting a number of projects started. So I look forward to sharing some of that timely news with you. If you could hit the next slide, Rob. So obviously during this time, health and safety have been paramount, and we've done a number of actions to ensure the safety of workers and to manage the risk to the city. And so it's important to note that we have worked with the city attorney's office to update contracts. And those contracts include language now that require the contractors to adhere to the state standards on COVID safe work practices. And in addition, we have also added language to minimize liability to the city for work delays caused by the pandemic. We have also done significant training with staff and have made sure we can supply appropriate PPE and have policies in place before work starts. Next. So today is opening day. I'm really pleased to share that as you're seeing here, the city crews have started sidewalk reconstruction. This is Howard Street in the south end of Burlington. You'll see one of the front porch forum posts here notifying neighbors of this work occurring. We are really pleased to get the work underway and to have the systems in place to do this work safely. Next. This enhanced level of work, as you all probably know, is based on our sustainable infrastructure work. The commitment by the administration and you, the council, to redouble efforts to build a more resilient infrastructure for Burlington's future vitality. In 2016, voters passed 2 bonds that formed the foundation of the Sustainable Infrastructure Plan. And then in 2018, voters again voted for the second phase of this effort called the Clean Water Resiliency Plan, focusing on wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. Next. So paving, we have a good story here of work we've done over the last couple of years. Instead of paving approximately 8 or so miles on a 3-year average, we've paved 17. So we have doubled the paving production over the last 3 years, thanks to the support of voters and the council. We, for this year, have added 3rd year in a row additional streets that have been added because of winter deterioration. And we also take the opportunity when paving to improve ADA access and add crosswalks as well. The paving bids came in. We received bids that were not competitive as past years. In fact, on the paving side of things, we received 1 bid. We received multiple on the sidewalk side. And COVID requirements likely led to a higher unit price than in past years. We also have had to adjust streets based on a delay of water projects, and we can talk about that in a little bit. And in addition, as I discussed in the previous agenda item, some of the funds for street capital this year have been dedicated to the Champlain Parkway project, and Queen City Park Road in the last bullet is receiving a full depth reconstruction. That is very expensive work and is yet another contributing factor to why the total number of miles this year is not as high as the last few years. Next. So here is a quick list of paving projects that we have proposed for this year. Different categories here, the top being standard mill and fill. It's taking off the top course of pavement and applying a new top course. Pavement patching is extensive, large patching. This is largely driven by winter deterioration and just failing road systems. And then additional winter, the last area is really the winter patching projects. North Avenue by the police station just north, and other streets that saw significant deterioration this year. Next. On the sidewalk side, similar to paving, we've seen significant growth. We have tripled the production of sidewalk over the last 3 years. And this year we'll continue at that level. Over 3 years, 3 miles of sidewalk will be reconstructed this year. You're seeing 3.7 listed there proposed. Some of that mileage may bleed into the spring of 2021. And I just want to point out the third bullet. We've received a lot of feedback that while it may be more efficient to do the long runs, that residents really want to see the safety hazards get addressed. And so the DPW crew, in particular, as you heard at the Board of Finance, will be focused on a lot of the short runs this year to address safety concerns. Next. On our website, and you'll get the URL soon, you can see maps and other information highlighting all the areas of sidewalk improvement in the city for this coming year. Next. We've also continued our reinvestment in water mains. Prior to the Sustainable Infrastructure Plan, we had no dedicated funding, and we would only upgrade a line when it completely failed. We have now transitioned to a place where we are proactively relining or replacing miles of water main each year. And this year, we are projecting to renew 1 mile of water mains in our 110-mile system. It is important to note that this work has been delayed, the start of this work, because it involves service disruptions to people's homes, and we need to access people's homes to establish temporary water. Both of those activities in this era of this pandemic have raised our sensitivity and have us put these projects on hold. And we are evaluating the situation week by week. But our hope is still to get some water main work done this calendar year. It would use up the last of the authorization of the funding that voters gave to the Water Resources team for water main renewal, the $8 million bond approved in 2016. Next. So on the wastewater and stormwater side of things, thanks to the Clean Water Resiliency Plan passed in 2018, we've been advancing a number of projects. There are important upgrades to our wastewater plants, basically the disinfection system and the computerized controls that are progressing and should be under construction this year. The stormwater pipe relining is going ahead as well. The wastewater pump station improvements similarly going ahead. The sewer pipe relining, we've had a minor delay due to COVID-19. We are evaluating case by case which projects can go ahead. Basically, we need to ensure that the residents have significant capacity to use their toilets and be able to wash their hands while we do this work. So there needs to be capacity in their lateral to allow this work to continue. Another delay due to the COVID-19 pandemic has been our green stormwater infrastructure. We had planned to install 6 bioretention features up in the hill section. This year, we had to delay the public engagement. We will be doing that public engagement soon. We hope, again, pending how things open up and relating to the pandemic. And we will be doing that outreach as well in the Old North End, where 6 additional stormwater features are planned as well. This green stormwater infrastructure is all designed to slow and infiltrate stormwater so that we do not hinder and overwhelm our wastewater plants during storm events. Next. Some of which lead to combined sewer overflows. There are a number of transportation improvements in the works. Design work for South Winooski Ave based on the Winooski Ave corridor study is still progressing. That's the lane reconfiguration downtown. We are still aiming for a fall 2020 installation. The parking management plan that came out of the Winooski Ave transportation study has been delayed. That relied on data collection of parking patterns and on significant public outreach. And we did not feel, one, that there was a normal level of parking demand during this period, or that we could sufficiently engage the public. So we have delayed that parking management plan and related efforts up on North Winooski. We are moving ahead with a quick build to permanent installation at Battery and Pearl. As you noticed, we closed off a right turn lane on Battery Street 2 years ago. We are planning to curb it and turn a significant asphalt space back to green space. Next. I'm excited to report that we have a couple of pedestrian improvement projects that are starting construction in the next 2 weeks. One is the Colchester Ave side path between South Prospect and East Avenue. And that is turning a sidewalk disjointed concrete facility into a modern 10-foot wide shared use path. And similarly, in the south end, the Champlain Elementary School pedestrian improvement project last year improved Birchcliff and Cherry Lane and added some more improvements on Birchcliff. We are now moving to Locust Street with a number of elevated intersections, improved crosswalks, and the like. Five Corners at Howard, St. Paul, and Winooski is another quick build to permanent installation due to the success of the quick build design. And that will happen later this year, tied with our paving project on Howard Street. Next. We are a partner with Burlington Parks Recreational Waterfront on City Hall Park. Thanks to our team, Laura Wheelock and others, we are project managing this project. Mobilization started today, and that work is now underway. Due to the late start, due to COVID, the project will continue as projected to continue through early October. Next. This information, obviously, I went through a lot. We have many more projects that we are going to tackle this year, and this is how you can find out more about those. We welcome resident feedback and having you as counselors help engage the public in our projects, and this is a number of resources to help in that respect. I'm happy to answer any questions. And we have Megan Moyer, Norm Baldwin, and Rob Goulding also on as well.
Thank you very much for that presentation. If we could just exit out of the presentation, thank you. Appreciate that. Are there any questions from counselors? I see Councillor Jeng, then Councillor Hanson. Are there others? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jeng.
So I have to say, great work, Mr. Chapman Spencer and your team, because most of the time we don't realize the amount of work that you do, most of the time. And sometimes we really complain about one specific issue, but we never see the bigger picture. I mean, this presentation today really opened my eyes about the scope of work under your umbrella. Now, the question that I have is, it seems the presentation we received today are projects that will be delivered by partners such as SD Ireland, right? And it seems also the city will be working on some pavement by DPW and also upgrading some sidewalks. And was just wondering, where can we get those city managed projects that are smaller investment? Where can we have access to them? And yeah, that's the first question.
Great, Rob, hit it.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Jeng. We do maintain a bunch of resources on our website, so I would always send people, if they want a kind of full sense of the scope of what we're working on at all times, but especially during a heightened construction season, right to the DPW homepage, burlingtonvt.gov/DPW, and right on that homepage, which is easy enough to find, you can link right to a main construction site that will have a link to kind of all the different construction projects we manage that might have their own page, but most importantly, it links to the construction portal that Director Spencer referenced. And that portal allows you to do a couple things. I think the most pressing thing for the public right now is it'll allow you to link right to a 2020 construction map. Right on that same page, it will allow you to link to a 2020 construction list view of street names. So if you wanted to go to this map and get a full sense, to your point, Councillor, of all the things we're working on in total, including the contracts we're administering with our contractors and the work we're doing, you can go right to this map and get a sense of everything going on in the city. You can zoom all the way down into your neighborhood, right to your street. Similarly, on that list view, you can search by, I think the most important thing for a lot of us is searching by our street. So you can go right onto that list view and search, North Street if you were so inclined. It would give you a sense, sometimes overwhelming because of the amount of work we have, but it would give you a sense of all the different kinds of projects happening on that street. We are trying to kind of refine that a bit more with on the IT side to give residents even more of an ability to kind of drill down and search by address and some other things. But right now, the map view and the list view are the most powerful tools. The website itself, I'd love to get feedback on if it's not easy to navigate, but we'll also have individual project pages that give people, I think, quite a bit of info as to what these projects are.
Okay. So I think, because I tried, but it was kind of a little bit complicated. And maybe I will reach out to you directly about what Ward 7 project that will take place, right? Maybe I'll reach out to you directly to just get an assessment. But thank you so much for all you do, guys.
Great. And just one other note, thank you for that, Councillor. I would like to add that we've requested some time at all of the NPAs as we've done every spring. So hopefully that's another outlet that residents and yourselves can take to learn some things firsthand. We'd love to see you all there.
I have Councillor Hanson, and that was the only other councillor I had in the queue. So if others, okay, see you, Councillor Shannon, you'll be next. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Great, thanks. So this may be more of a comment than a question. First of all, thanks for the presentation and for all your work. So for North Winooski Avenue, one of the amendments to the resolution that we passed was to, before going ahead with the parking management plan, is that there would be a city councilor and stakeholder committee, with the two committee and then 4 stakeholders would be a part of it, and that group together would come up with kind of the scope and the criteria and the focus of that parking management plan. So that would happen, I believe, before the actual parking management plan and the surveying and the counting and everything. So I guess my comment is I think that it would be important to still move ahead with that process. I think that process is almost more important now because, to your point, we want to capture data that somewhat reflects reality, and we have to figure out how to do that now. I don't think we know exactly when is the moment when things are normal. And in fact, I don't think things will ever quite return to how they were pre-COVID. Like, for example, telecommuting is probably going to be permanently increased, probably 3-fold based on numbers I've seen for Vermont, or even more. Yeah, I guess my comment is I think we should get that stakeholder group going to start to figure out how we're going to move forward with this and define when we're going to move forward and how we're going to try to get data that is meaningful along this corridor. And I don't know if anyone from DPW or the mayor's administration or the council president, if anyone else has thoughts or comments on, when we could get that stakeholder work going to kind of prepare for the parking analysis.
Yes, I know we have Senior Planner Nicole Loesch and Norm as our city engineer. Do you two want to address that?
I think it really is a function of the situation we're placed with COVID and the projects that we have in front of us. A lot of the focus for my team lately has been trying to address the public's need and interest in the meantime. For instance, the shared streets work, and also some work that we're ongoing right now with trying to deal with expanded sidewalks for the downtown and businesses. So I can't really speak to specifically when we would engage, and I'd really have to talk with Nicole about how that works within her schedule.
Thank you. Yeah, I could add maybe one other thought. I think it is a good suggestion, and I understand the need to coordinate some of the logistics before we really get out for that data collection and the additional public engagement. It may be something that we want to revisit later this year to just check in about the schedule. Part of our worry right now was trying to do some of that community engagement, even at a small committee level, while people are really either distracted or stressed about everything else happening. We didn't want to add some additional stress or strain on them right now. But if we really aren't thinking to initiate the parking counts until probably next year, I think we have plenty of time to still revisit convening the council and community group to work with us and develop some of the metrics over like maybe late summer, fall through the winter to help us get prepared for the parking counts earlier next year.
Got it. I think that's helpful. I mean, I guess just to add to my thoughts on it, I think part of the benefit of convening the stakeholder group is helping to determine that timeline and determine when the data collection would take place. Because again, I don't think anyone can really define when things are normal, or I mean, that group could define it collectively however they want to define it, but I don't think there's a universal definition for that. And but yeah, I appreciate what you said. I mean, I think we're proceeding ahead with all of our committees and our commissions and our normal scope of work. So I don't see this as being an exception to that in terms of the point about, you know, people being stressed and things like that, and not being able to participate in the process. But if there's an issue of like staff capacity and the ability on that side, I totally am receptive to that as well. So, and maybe that's more what you're getting at, because I see some smiling and nodding, and that's totally fair. That's totally fair. So, all right, well, I guess we can maybe follow up kind of offline or outside the meeting, but that was helpful to get a bit of a sense of your thoughts on that.
Be happy to talk it to Kumar.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. I have Councillor Shannon, and that's the only councillor. If you're interested in speaking, let me know. Councillor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I wanted to, Director Spencer, you had said something about short run versus long run repairs, and I didn't really understand what that meant. But my main question is, last year we did a ton of work, and it felt like all the streets and sidewalks were kind of opened up simultaneously and not getting closed, that the crews would move on. And so you ended up with all of these projects that were just open for really extended periods of time. And I understand that the reason for that was so that we could do the work more efficiently, you know, bring in somebody to pave when there's a lot of work that all needs to be paved and that kind of thing. But it was, I appreciate that it saved us money because of that efficiency, but there's a balance between saving money, efficiency, and the amount of pain the public is willing to endure in the process. And just wondered if there's any different type of plan this year in terms of how we're laying the work out. and from start to completion of any given project.
It's a great point. I'm going to ask Norm and Megan to jump in. We identified and certainly heard from the public that they felt the impacts last year were burdensome. The projects in their perception took too long. We were really pleased to have such significant funding from the public to make these generational investments, and they do have an impact. So after the construction season, we met, debriefed, had 3 or 4 meetings, put together a full plan, presented to the commission, and we are implementing a number of them, but COVID has also gotten in the way of implementing others. Norm and Megan, you want to add in?
So I would just say that we're trying to, so we've had some limited experience in terms of the coordination and scale of work that we're talking about, from all the way from subterranean work all the way to above ground sidewalk and paving, and to coordinate that is the challenge in itself. And so I think what we've decided in this past year from that experience was to understand where kind of the primary base of work is, and have that team, the larger projects, focus on beginning to end, one contractor, one scope of work, so that we don't have this disconnect between a contract with water resource and a contract with technical services that ends up one schedule delays the other, and then things get left open for a while and the contractor leaves. So we're looking at larger scale projects being singularly packaged to do from beginning to end under one contractor, so that we don't have that disconnect that we had in years past. And hopefully that will bear some fruit.
Thank you. Is there risk of smaller scale projects getting left open for long periods of time? Because sometimes it's something like, the sidewalk gets ripped up and doesn't get put back, or.
Well, there's always a risk, and some of the risks go with whether or not we have a contractor that's fully resourced to do the scope of work that we're talking about. And that plays into some extent. Contractors overcommit themselves both in this community and other communities, and travel back and forth between customers. And so we've tried to tighten our contract as much as we can to keep them here. They get it started, get it done, get out.
Thank you. And can you also speak to the short run, long run repair? What is that?
Well, if you probably talk to different people in the department, you'll probably hear somewhat slightly different versions of it. But effectively, my understanding is a short run is less than 50 feet. In other words, a few handful of panels, not long runs for whole blocks of street.
That's right. Contractors better able to give us an efficient run on a long run. And we leave the DPW teams to do the short runs because, as Laura pointed out, the Board of Finance, you may run into ADA issues or a subterranean conflict or related infrastructure that needs to be addressed. And when you're dealing with a contractor and the scope of work is changing, it becomes very quickly a complicated negotiation. So our crew is uniquely suited to doing the short displacements of sidewalk, deteriorating sidewalk in short section.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. That was the last councilor I had in the queue. Is anyone else interested in speaking? Okay, seeing none, we will close that item down. Thank you to all the folks from DPW who have joined us tonight and stayed on for so long in answering all these questions. Really appreciate it. Want to encourage councilors, especially given that we do have the other previous item on the agenda potentially for next week. Just wanting to make sure that if you have other questions this week, to connect with DPW staff around either the construction stuff or the parkway issues and get additional questions answered, because I know there is that willingness there.
Thank you.
So with that closes down our deliberative agenda and brings us into the last portion of the agenda, which is the mayor's report. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the DPW team for both those thorough presentations. I want to hit just a few items before we close tonight. One, I wanted to share with the council and the public that I'm excited to say we're going to be able to have another telephone town hall meeting event, sort of comparable to the one that we did at the beginning, just as the emergency was starting, as we started to talk about what social distancing and other of the changes to our life that were coming back in March. Similarly, we're having another event that it's come together for tomorrow night at 5:10 p.m. to talk about this careful restart that we are moving into, and the box it in stage, as some people are starting to refer to, the virus suppression stage. And I'm really pleased to say we will have one of the country's leading public health experts on the panel discussion with me and Dr. Leffler tomorrow night. Dr. Josh Sharfstein will be joining us. Dr. Sharfstein, Burlingtonians may remember, he actually came to Burlington for one of our opioid town meetings a little over a year ago. He is a professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, and he really has been very intimately involved in some of the major discussions about how we respond to this pandemic. He has been advising mayors around the world, really, as part of the Bloomberg Cities Initiative, and I'm pleased that he's agreed to be with us for this hour tomorrow night. So I think it should be a good discussion. We're going to try to leave time for questions, and hope everyone will consider joining us. You can go to the mayor's Facebook page or Twitter or your email. We've sent out a notice. It's come together a fairly tight schedule, so we're trying to get out the word quickly. Hope you'll be able to join us. I mentioned this in the Board of Finance. I want to repeat here that we're working very hard to have a budget session next week. We will have that session on Monday with the council if possible. It is possible we will need to call a special meeting later in the week because just of the ability to have that be a comprehensive presentation. This will be really the first full budget session in addition to the informational session we had a couple weeks ago. And we will be sharing with the council and the public a schedule for the rest of the budgeting process from now through mid-June in the coming days as well. If you go to the city webpage right now, you can find the application posted. It just went up earlier today for Burlingtonians who have been hit by this COVID-19 economic crisis and would like to postpone their property tax payment from June 12th until August 12th. This is the authority that the council approved on organizational day to waive penalties and interest for anyone who has been impacted by this emergency and would like to take these 2 extra months to put their finances in order and try to respond to this emergency. This application is live, and councilors will notice in reviewing the application, it's a very simple application, but it very clearly has the reasons that people are eligible for this benefit, as well as the requirement that this benefit be passed on to residential and commercial tenants of any property owner that takes advantage of this benefit. I wanted to update the full council on the discussions and work that the administration is doing to explore whether additional relief could be offered to property taxpayers beyond this 2-month cost-free delay. And essentially, at this point, I wanted to share with the council and the public, we're proceeding in this way. We will be watching carefully, first of all, to understand the interest in this program based in large part, not entirely, but in significant part on the number of people who apply between now and June 1st for this initial benefit. There will be additional analysis of the need and the reasons for the people are pursuing this between now and then. We are moving forward. The city attorney has advised, and the CAO has advised strongly that the best way to consider payment plans, which have been was a part of our last discussion on this, and which is something that the city does offer to some property taxpayers during normal course of business through the abatement process. That is our best mechanism, instead of creating some wholly new process, to use that existing process for the possibility of offering further payment plans beyond the August 12th next payment deadline. We are likely to issue some additional COVID-19 guidance to the Board of Tax Abatement to inform the board as payment plans could be considered. And that guidance will be, again, informed by the applications that are received between now and June, and some additional analysis. Final item I wanted to address tonight, I did just want to share with the council and the public an update, and we did brief the public on this at the briefing we gave this afternoon, but there was a request for it earlier today, earlier in the meeting, so I'll reiterate it here and provide a little more information. The North Beach Campground recovery site for relocated individuals from the low barrier shelter in the downtown that began in late March essentially came to the end of this phase earlier today. The state chose not to extend its contract with the RV provider that had made those RVs available. And instead, as they move into the next phase of trying to support homeless individuals during this pandemic, offered all of the individuals at the campground vouchers to join essentially the motel hotel program. Approximately half of the individuals that were at the campground have taken these vouchers. So the other half at this point has not. The state is making it clear that if they choose to enter this program is ongoing, and the offer to these individuals to go into hotels if they choose to do so stands. The city is going to be working to make sure that anyone that we encounter that is camping out during this period is clear that this is an ongoing offer from the state. Certainly, I don't think this is the end of the need to support people from the homeless that are experiencing homelessness through this emergency. And it's certainly not the end of our effort to expand supports for people experiencing homelessness on a permanent basis, and to fill some of the gaps that we have in that service, in particular, the low barrier options during the warm weather months. As hopefully councilors know, it has been a goal of mine to go beyond this still relatively newly created low barrier option for the winter months. It was created in 2014 to extend into the warm weather months. We've made a little bit of progress on that last year, and that the season was extended into June. I think today's announcement that this has been disbanded is in some ways an indicator that we still have work to do, and it remains a priority of mine to see on a permanent basis low barrier option during warm weather months. And there'll be further updates on that as well in the months ahead. President Tracy, thanks for the chance to share all that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes our agenda. There is one additional item on the agenda, which is a communication from Attorney Blackwood, City Attorney Blackwood, regarding collective bargaining, and believe that that is that there is an expected executive session. Attorney Blackwood, are you prepared to provide any, is there any material in public session that you'd like to share?
No, what I'd like to do is just talk to the council. It shouldn't be very long unless you have a lot of questions, but talk to you a little bit about some labor relations issues related to next year's budget.
Okay, and the discussion will be specific to bargaining, is that correct?
It'll be specific. It'll be specific to labor relations, to dealing with employee issues.
Okay. And okay.
And premature disclosure of it would put the city at a disadvantage as it enters into bargaining.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Blackwood. Do you expect any action coming out of executive session?
I don't.
Okay, all right. So we would not be coming back into open session after the executive session. Is that correct, Attorney?
Correct.
Thank you. All right. So given that explanation, is there a counselor who is prepared to offer a finding? Counselor Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy. I would like to make a finding based on, for the reasons just articulated by Attorney Blackwood.
We have a motion from Counselor Mason, a second from Counselor Paul. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes. And then is there a accompanying motion to go into executive session based on that finding?
I would like to make that motion, President Tracy.
We have a motion to go into executive session from Counselor Mason, seconded by Counselor Shannon. Is there further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on whether to go into executive session. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that passes. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously, and we will now go into executive session. Counselors, I believe Chief of Staff Riddell sent you an email with the information as to how you can access that. So if you would leave this meeting, then you can check your email and then get into that other meeting where the executive session will be held. We will not be coming back to this meeting. Attorney Blackwood.
Just want to clarify that present for staff would be myself, CAO Shad, and the mayor's office staff.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, wonderful. All right, so we will not be coming back into this meeting. Thank you to members of the public for joining us for this meeting, and we will see you next Monday.